if they sit here and get on the bandwagon and be dicks towards us, that's going to make them more like comparable or some shit. It doesn't work that way. We just had that situation with the I think they're from Somalia I think they were at Cinnabon or something.
Yeah, and they called him a ninja. I use that all the time.
Yeah, she was sitting here literally calling them, it was a white teen woman calling them, you know, the N-word, and then you sat here. But then where were we though? Why didn't we go to bat for them? Why didn't we go to bat for them? We were dealing with unalivings. We were dealing with unalivings.
I think that
it's deeper than that, Fantastic, because I think this happened either Wisconsin or
Minnesota. It was Minnesota. It was when that Alex Presley stuff was going on.
Why they didn't is because of how Black Americans in Minnesota, y'all.
You know, you could be right. I'm not that gay.
And they started out that way. And I don't know if Lovely was on that panel, but I reminded them of a phrase that Putin said. Putin said, Africa is a cemetery. And he said, when you're born there, you send your kids to Europe to go to school. Then you go to the United States to make your money. And then when it's time for you to go home to glory, you come back to Africa to be buried. You put no effort into your land. You do nothing to change the government in your land. You do nothing to do this. It's literally a cemetery. It's full of bodies of people who go home.
54 countries in Africa.
But,
what are you guys talking about?
No. But this is something that
you guys
he said.
About Africa like it's one country. It's 54.
Well, I was still
absolutely right.
Cheddar.
That's weird.
He's absolutely right. Y'all expect 54 countries to come together under one umbrella when they so divided by leadership. Y'all sit here and talk out y'all asses about this motherfucking country because they not like y'all. How the fuck do you expect? How the fuck do y'all expect?
I need LPA. I need you people who have this problem with your brothers and sisters. I need you people to answer this question.
I never finished what I was saying before you just popped up and started talking.
Do they criticize?
Yeah, hold on, man.
Let's finish out.
I mean, look, I was up here waiting quiet to speak on this. I got dropped. You brought me back up, and then somebody else came up and started speaking.
I'm sorry, it's gonna be thin. Let her finish, and then Blackwell, and then Cheddar.
When I brought up this situation, it was only to remind them that they're here for a reason. Their country is in turmoil, and a lot of times, people that come here are not coming here with everything being good where they are. They come here because their country is in turmoil, and they want to get their family to a safer place and put their family in a better environment. That's not a problem. But the problem with that is when you get here and you start speaking on Black culture and the way that Black people are in this country, then I have to remind you what you ran from, and also that it comes from the same syllabus of colonization and exploitation that Black Americans dealt with here on a more brutal level, but that's what they're going through there. It's no different. It's the same syllabus.
So I think that I've been listening. I think that there are two things that we're talking about. One is, cultural harmony, or hereditary harmony, where we're all, explaining and talking to each other about what our histories are. And then there's the dynamic that never gets separated out of this conversation, but I think it's always implicated, especially as Black folks are looked at as one class, one group of people as it relates to the power structure of this country, which is separated between white and Black primarily. And the thing about it is that white people do not require Geechee born Clarence Thomas to identify with them. What white people require Geechee born Clarence Thomas to do is to support white supremacy. And if Clarence Thomas, Byron Donaldson, or whoever it is, if they support their power agenda, I don't give a fuck where you came from. Because in America, it's about power. What we end up doing is that we end up having these delinealized conversations. And I hear people talk about when they come to our country. How much of it is our country if we're not controlling the political apparatus that respects us in quote unquote our country? What are we fighting for if we're not winning? And so my thing is that I see what we end up doing. We act like we have the same essentially bottom line or common denominator bargain with white people if they lose versus if we lose. If we lose, we introduce more white supremacy that's essentially trying to annihilate us. If they lose, they just simply get status quo, which is white supremacy trying to annihilate us. And so the point is that as black folks, we got to understand that our solidarity in this country needs to be strictly based on power. Look, we had people that came up here earlier, and I suppose this person was black, who was trying to tell us all this disinformation about black folks owning slaves and the difference between the parties, getting the context completely fucking wrong. There's a whole class of FBA people who, as far as I'm concerned, are fucking useless. And so the point is that in every population, you're going to have a group of fucking numbskulls, right? What you do is accept that and understand that what you really need to do is focus on the people who actually are with you, even of those different demographics. We actually take the exception, as far as I'm concerned, and we end up making that the rule. In the end, fucking ourselves. Because, I mean, look, take this situation right now, even with fucking Tellerico and Jasmine Crockett. Here in Texas, we got the greatest population of black people. We're months away from the election, and these motherfuckers are talking about Tellerico's got to earn the black vote. And I'm just like, the fuck? If Tellerico does not become senator, he doesn't have the same proposition that we do. And we act like we do. So I'm just not understanding this conversation that we're having. Look, I understand on the cultural perspective. Yes, I can be on panels with some of the motherfuckers and somebody to say something a little off-putting. Yeah, I correct motherfuckers right then. But I don't assume that all of them are feeling that way, right? I live in Houston, Texas. I got to drive a long way to run into a Nigerian. I don't go out of my way. They don't go out of their way. When we see each other, it's fine. But just because we're not interacting every day don't mean that we dislike each other. Look, as a black man, I fucking love me. I love me some me. I don't need no validation from no other motherfucker. I am the shit. They want to be like me. I know it. So I don't see how as black folks, we forget our greatness. And literally, we're the fucking backbone of this shit. We don't need no validation from nobody else. What we need to do is focus on getting more motherfuckers the way white folks get Clarence Thomas and the motherfucker, you preach pro-black. I don't give a fuck what you say otherwise, so long as you're on the program. I land.
So I think you all missed it. I'm going to just speak for myself, right? Because again, right, I have defended melanated immigrants, right? And I will continue to, right? I was speaking to, right, the idea that we can all come together, right? And I mentioned that there are cultural differences. And what has happened is when we have these conversations, right, and I'm going to only speak for me, I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I will listen to them and their grievances with absolutely no problem, right? Even to the point, right? And I've been on these panels and I say Ms. P was here, Q was here. This has been multiple conversations. We will listen to their grievances. And then when it's our turn, right? Especially when it's amongst women, right? You have Black American women on the panel. You have Black women from the Caribbean. You have Black women from Africa. We're having a conversation. And when it comes to time for Black American women to express how something may be culturally offensive to us, they do not want to hear us out. That is all I was stating. sometimes you have to get past certain things in order for us to come together as a whole. You have to recognize that this may be acceptable where you from, but here it's a racist trope and it's offensive. Can you not use that? Right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that makes me sensitive. I don't, and at the end of the day, guess what? I'm still not going to vote for harm against them. I'm still, when I go into the ballot box, I am still going to vote, right, to progress this country, to progress my family, their family, everyone else's, right? All I was stating was, you know, at least if we're going to have the patience to hear you out and your experiences, at least give us the same grace and do the same for us.
Do you remember their names?
Well, hold on a second.
I'm just asking a question. Like, I'm supposed they were going to work or something. Sometimes, even right now, I'm at work.
Okay, hold on a second.
But
my black world, let me say this. I ain't never met the nigga. But if your daddy old enough to be my daddy too, we gotta talk, bro. Because God, dog, you almost said exactly what I was gonna say, with the exception what I would add. First of all, let me start by saying this. It's amazing to me how we, and I'm gonna use we as a colloquial term, how we can get offended and upset when immigrants, particularly black immigrants, criticize our American black culture. And also at the same time, we get offended.
Cheddar, if you sit up here, can I ask you something, Cheddar? If you sit up here and say that I'm a baby mama and I can't leave my children with their daddy, is that a black American culture or is that a trope?
That's a trope.
Okay, then, so we're not talking about black American culture. We're talking about tropes being used that are used by white folks, right? And then when we try to come to a common ground and have a conversation, you don't respect me enough to listen to me. You drop and you just, after I've listened to you talk for 25 minutes, you are, when it's my turn to speak, you drop. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not, if I'm, it's not, and I'm gonna say, and it's not. That's one conversation. Another conversation, right? The young lady was up here from Africa. She literally said, "That's the problem with you, Black Americans. Y'all Black Americans don't read." Is that a trope, Cheddar, or is that our culture?
That's an absolute trope.
So if I tell you, if I try to make a correction to you and say, "Hey, that's offensive," yes, we do read, right? I don't think I'm wrong or disrespecting the continent of Africa because I'm trying to correct you when you are using a trope and you're sitting here and trying to have dialogue and you're being offensive, and you may not be aware that you're being offensive. But if I make you aware that you are and you have an issue with it, to me, that's disrespectful.
But lovely, that aligns with what I was going to say, right? That absolutely aligns with what I was going to say. Absolutely, we can be offended because I get offended when I hear somebody who's not of Black American origin criticize or use a trope against Black American origin people. I get upset and I correct them and I straighten them to the best of my ability. But the one thing, that person that's saying that is not hating me because I'm Black. They don't want to bring harm to me because I'm Black. Right? They don't want to do any of that because I'm Black. They're attacking culture and they're upset about them not acquiescing to the culture of Black Americans over here. So they get offended by that. But at the same time, when they disrespect the culture of those immigrants and the immigrants complain, they get offended about the immigrants complaining.
I got a question.
You get up here upset. Wait. You're upset about people not respecting or liking your culture, but they're not trying to harm you because you're Black. But on the other hand, we have to not only fight these people, so to speak, but we also got to fight the people that want to harm us because we're Black.
But
I'd rather not worry about the people who don't want to harm me because I'm Black and put all my attention on the people that want to harm me because I'm Black.
My question to you is, I think it was an interview with a popular rapper in like the UK who was African. Hold on, BX. I'll let you go. Just 1 second, BX. I'll let you go. There was a popular rapper in the UK who was African, and you know what he said? He said that Black people don't have a culture. How the fuck would you know that in the UK? Right? You're literally using our music, our lingo, our cadence, our style to make yourself rich, and you're going to tell us as Black people we don't have a culture.
And that's
fucking insane.
You can have a debate about that, and you can be offended about that. But I'm going to ask you a question. Has one morning that young black boy has woken up and said, I want to go harm somebody strictly because they're black?
Are you saying that there's never been an African person in America that's attacked a black person? Is that what you're asking?
I can't name one black person who hurt another black person only because that person was black.
Only the lady that tried to stab MLK. That's the only one.
Okay, I thought that was yeah. So, like I said, when we have these conversations, it comes across as sometimes they come across as trying to have a superiority complex over black people in America. And that's the part where I get offended. I'm not going to disrespect somebody's country, culture, and all of that. But I've had these conversations where I've heard black people don't have no culture and or they're disrespectful to our culture here in America. So that's where the problem comes in.
What I like I said, everybody hears.
Okay, I'm sorry. At no point did I interrupt you. So, and being from New York, I grew up around a lot of Caribbeans, a lot of Africans, and all of that. People from the islands and all of that. And when I've heard people say to me, to refer to me as a black person in America, you're still the slave. Now, I'm like, my man, who are you talking to? See, that's why I get offended, because when you call me a slave here in America, and I'm like, you came here. You weren't great where you're from. So that's where the disrespect comes in. But I didn't take it as a disrespect for your whole culture. I took it as the individual being disrespectful. And that's why I lay that as an individual thing. So when we have these conversations, and I was here that time, Lovely, when y'all were having that conversation with the lady from Africa. And that's the thing. You can't, and I've heard this conversation so many times, you can't tell black people we don't have culture, we don't know where we're from. And then when we push back, you get offended. So we have to walk that balance between the individuality and the understanding that their colonization is different than the transatlantic slave experience.
Where was he taught the thought, though? He said it to you, but where did the idea and why would he say that to you? Who taught him that? Who taught him that thought to look at you that way?
And I understand that. That's why I say the colonization came in. That's the colonized mindset that happens to them, where they think that, you're an American, so you don't know this, or you don't have this culture, you don't have that. So, and I understand that's that colonized mindset that white people have taught them and that they have internalized. And
I saw that on 90 Day Fiance. Y'all see that clip on 90 Day Fiance? I'll pull it, where that woman lied to that man and he was from Africa and he said, I thought white people tell the truth. I'm sorry, sir, what? Who taught you that? But that's what they teach you.
You don't see that as game? You don't see he's just gaming that person?
But that's the point, is that we know this, right? We know this very clearly, more than anybody else on the planet. And so when we have an opportunity to set people straight, we set them straight. And Lovely, I'm not talking directly about your situation that you had with those folks. I understand that. And if somebody's saying some off-putting shit to me, I'm going to let them know right then and there. So I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is how, collectively speaking, we have kind of turned this discourse into something that I think is unproductive to all of us as Black folks in America, to the benefit of white people. I'm starting to see, like I noticed this today, I'm starting to see pages pop up on my Facebook feed of Black people literally denigrating and talking shit about Black folks. And I know that this is a paid fucking campaign just months before the election. They always do this shit. And so we just got to be mindful of, both you got infiltrators and then you got people who are just fucking ignorant, right? They suck the titty of white supremacy no matter where they've come from. And so they're spouting that shit. And we first off have to have a little kid and say, okay, now brother or sister, now the bullshit you just said about single mothers or fathers, let me just let you know that's bullshit, okay? And then secondly, this is where you got that bullshit from. So check yourself and get right? We set motherfuckers straight. That's our job in America. Whether they black, white, whatever. Our job is to set motherfuckers straight and keep pushing and make sure that they geeky ass as it relates to the way white people accept Clarence Thomas is that they're pulling the same goddamn way. And if they're not, that's when I break with your motherfucking ass.
Yeah, and that's, hey, 100%. Again, you know, listening to what Cheddar said and then actually listening to what my black just said, that's the truth. That's the problem, right? You got people out here on this app that is trying to cause division, and like he's saying, it's happening right before the fucking election. And it's just dumbfounding is how these people can't see this shit. That's how they will win this. That's just how white people win, man. We were just talking about this shit yesterday. Their numbers are what? 190 million to our 50 million. Then you want to get rid of 4 million of immigrants, Africans, right? Y'all want to cut that number down the south. Again, Perry, I understand where you coming from. Lovely, I understand where y'all coming from. You got to understand where Tone coming from. But damn, but Cheddar is right. Like, black people don't wake up in the morning to unalive black people just because of the color of their fucking skin. Fuck out of here, man. Now, we all know what set you from, if you blood or crip. Nigga, what side of town you from, north end, south end. And you gonna have a beef like that. But nigga, ain't no nigga waking up no motherfucking morning to unalive another nigga. Just because he black. Only white motherfuckers would do some shit like that. But y'all fucking sitting up here on these panels, man, y'all literally doing these white folk a fucking favor.
I'm pimp. I'm a little lost because I don't know how I'm doing white people a favor when I'm saying my focus is to help my community. But because I'm just gonna be real with you, pimp. We are no benefit to any other group until we heal ourselves. Period. We gotta fix we have our own shit going on.
There's another. Period. I was just the point I was making it. Hold up, Cheddar, because he
that pimp, we have our own stuff going on in this country and our own community. We can't sit and keep branching off to other people. I'm tired of my people being the help. We need to focus on ourselves right now. And then after we heal ourselves and work on our issues in this country, then we can have a conversation about extending an olive branch to somebody else. Because we have our own stuff going on here that we need to work on. We need to fix. We need to rebuild our communities that they stole from us and burned to the ground.
We're gonna have, hold up, my black. Hold up, guys. Hold up.
No, we did not. What is black? What are you talking about? No.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. What I'm saying is this, Perry, because you might got me wrong. I just called all 4 of y'all out because we're having this discussion. But the last part you made, Perry, we can do 2 things at the same time. Because we're in a battle right now, Perry. Do I believe we need to fix our problem here in America? Of course we do. But if we try to fix something that's been going on for 400 years, Perry, and you think we're finna do this shit in what, 24 hours or next month?
Pimp, hold on, pimp. Listen.
And I think y'all not understand what me and Perry said. Me and Perry both stated we're not going to vote for harm. Like,
we're not voting.
I would never. First of all, I would. This is the thing, right? And I literally stated I've defended melanated immigrants, and I will continue to defend them. Right? I was speaking on a few isolated instances. Right? I would never vote to harm anybody, right? Because when I go in the ballot box, I'm going to vote for the Democratic candidate. I'm going to vote for progression. I'm not going to vote for harm, right? We were speaking, and I say it again because I think I was stating in order for us to come together, right, we have to respect each other's cultural differences, right? And when there is correction, it has to be respected, right? People need to know the difference between tropes and culture, right? Using a trope in a conversation, right, to describe Black American culture, and then when you're corrected, you don't want to respect that correction, it's a problem, right? So nobody is up here doing work for no white man or whatever, because I've had those, I have the emotional intelligence, right, to say, you know what, I can have these conversations about cultural differences, but come November, I'm still going to vote to protect Black American people, Black Africans that are in the country, Black Caribbean people that are in the country. I'm going to vote to protect them. The issue is, right, we were having a conversation on, I don't remember who asked the question, was, can we ever all come together? Right? And my point was a reason why I thought we could not. And I spoke on isolated incidents that I have been in, you know, having conversations with people that have different cultural backgrounds. So, you know, I truly take offense to insinuating that I would try to harm my community simply because I stated a grievance.
But Lovely, I think a part of one of the biggest tropes that affect us as quote unquote, foundation of Black Americans. I'm not FBA. I'm all around Black man, but just for the sake of this argument, people that directed to this country one way naturally, then slave trade. Anyway, the problem that I have is that term, and I consider to be the biggest trope in our community. We need to come together. Right. And I'm going to give y'all some information because we always talking about the negative part of our community, but nobody ever promotes what we've done, what we've achieved. Currently, right now, we have the highest percentage of college graduates, Black women in the country. For the first time in history, we have a Black woman sitting on the Supreme Court. Not only is she the most qualified to ever sit in practice, meaning actually on the bench, but also academia-wise, she's on the bench of the Supreme Court. We just had, for the first time, a Black pilot to pilot a spaceship on the other side of the moon, led by a Black man. We're the fastest growing demographic of billionaires in this country. And my final thing to say about what we could focus on instead of the poo-poo them at the corner store, we can focus on this. In this last presidential election, Black women voted in 92% unison. Black men voted in 84% unison. If you accumulate that together, that's 86%. 86% of us voted together. No other demographic in this country could come close to 86%. That proves that we are together in this country. We are. And when we continue to use these tropes like that, it continues to minimize the accomplishments that we have already made. And we're the only demographic in this country who can say all of that and still use this term in spite of. In spite of, we still have made all these. Oh, and by the way, we also lead the nation in lowest teen pregnancy rate. I think we're doing okay.
So can I ask Cheddar, can I ask you a question?
Thank you, Cheddar.
Can I ask you a question, Cheddar? When you look at the amount of us that did not vote at all, he would not be in office. And I think part of the problem with us is.
Let me cut you off because that's a loaded statement because you got to remember there was 14 million people purged.
I can't hear you. There's a lot of noise.
Right, but the reason why I don't hold that up. Because there was 14 million people who were purged from the voter rolls. 14 million people were purged from the voter rolls. So we can't count the people that probably didn't vote because they didn't want to, without considering that they literally kicked 14 million people off the voter rolls.
Okay, so these were Black people that were kicked off the voter rolls?
We know with 14 million people, you know, it got to be some Black people in there. She lost less than a percentage point. She lost less than, and it was no Democrats kicking people off the voter rolls. So she lost less than a percentage point. She lost less than a percentage point, and there were 14 million people kicked off the voter rolls by people that weren't Democrats. So you do the math.
The reason why I'm asking is you brought up Black people that voted in favor of Harris, but I'm asking the voter roll manipulation, was that Black people in that could have. The reason why I'm asking this is what I'm also seeing is a growing amount of Black Americans that are saying two wings of the same bird. And what they're doing is they are convincing younger people not to vote at all. And I think the way that he got in office the first time was because a lot of people didn't think he was going to win. And a lot of people did not vote. And so the reason he's in there now,
the Democrats got to hold some responsibility for the first time too, by the way they treated. And you may not agree, people may not be a Bernie bro, but the way they treated Bernie bros isolated and alienated a lot of people that would have otherwise voted. So the Democrats got to accept some accountability in that as well.
But real quick about the Bernie bros. But wait, real quick about the Bernie bros. And this is my problem with the Bernie people. once Bernie realized that he wasn't going to win the nomination, he could have dropped out, but he continued to do damage to Hillary. And the Bernie bros came across just as racist, just as condescending as the MAGA. Wait.
Thank you,
That's not what happened.
No. Hold on. Stop. Stop. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you.
You gotta be factual.
Okay.
That's not what happened.
Yo, my man. Did I interrupt you when you were speaking?
We got you, B.
Did I give you respect when you? Did I give you respect when you were speaking?
We all family here, yo. We all good.
We got you, B. We all family, bro. Come on.
So, the problem I had with a lot of Bernie bros is that these were a lot of suburban white revolutionaries who really didn't care what happened because they knew that if Bernie didn't win, they weren't going to be hurt by Trump's policies because they can come back, which is what these same white leftists are doing right now. Okay, they're going out there. They didn't care. They like anybody but Kamala because they didn't care. So when we talk about harm reduction in our votes, which is what Lovely and Perry were talking about, we're not talking about, you know, because this is the best person. Or we think this is going to be grandiose. We talk about who's going to do the least amount of harm. So when it came to Bernie, he could have dropped out. He could have helped to unite the party, but because he was so stuck on his ways and figuring that he's this old white man and he's going to fight for this cause and that his way is the only way. And another problem with Bernie is that he never connects class with race, and he always thinks that if you just went over these old racist, Democrat white working class that they'll come around and they're good people, and they're not. So don't tell me about Bernie and don't come to me about how great Bernie was and all of that, or the Bernie bros, because they were just as bad as MAGA.
Listen, can I ask you something?
Hold on,
I could be wrong.
Let me correct the record. Let me correct the record, please, because he sounds like his favorite establishment Democrat right now, right? Because what actually happened, if you really knew what happened, was when they got to the convention, they was virtually tied in delegates. They was virtually tied. What happened was before the convention happened, at the time, the DNC chairman, Donna Brazile, admitted to colluding with the Hillary Clinton campaign on CNN. And basically at the convention, when they were virtually tied, and they were talking about a split convention, Bernie didn't have to drop out because he was basically tied. Donna Brazile and the Democratic National Committee told Bernie that we are not going to offer support behind your candidacy. We're not going to spend money. Acquiesce to Hillary Clinton. It's her time. Bernie then compromised with Hillary, and she tried to adopt a lot of his policies. Bro, you sound like your favorite establishment Democrat, because none of that shit you said was true. Bernie didn't have to drop out because he was still basically almost leading, and he was leading nationally in the polls versus Donald Trump. And the reason people set out is because we heard about that collusion. We saw her admit to that. Even though I voted, we saw her admit to that. And a lot of people didn't understand and know that Donald Trump was a fucking psycho. That's part of the reason why they sat out. But it had nothing to do with what you just said. There was no time Bernie should have dropped out. He had more money than Hillary. What are you talking about?
Okay, BK, hold on. Let me get in here, BK. BK, let me get in here. I'm going to support what you're doing, bro. So, Cheddar, check this out. Look, both of y'all are right to a degree, but this is where it cuts for me, right? So you do have white liberals who, again, if Democrats lose, they don't have the same outcome as black people do, right? So when Hillary Clinton or when Bernie Sanders lost in South Carolina, it was very interesting to me that after that, Bernie Sanders was saying that the election was stolen from him. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Hold on, Bernie. The people of South Carolina, the black folks, the black women of South Carolina who made a strategic choice with James Clyburn, they made a strategic choice not to go your way because they knew you would simply be labeled as communist and essentially very much probably beat by Donald Trump during that election. The black women of South Carolina thought to themselves, this is too much. This campaign is of too much value and too much risk for us to go that direction. My thing is that I've never heard Bernie Sanders, as far as I'm concerned, get right with describing the way black folks voted as stealing the election. I had a problem with that, and I still do. And it began to color how I saw ultra liberal white folks and how they dealt with things, because it was either their way or no way. We just saw it with Gaza, right? And so the thing about it is, I feel you, Cheddar, but what I'm saying is that some of those folks, they do take their shit a little too far. Some of them are a little too radical. And if it's not my way, it's nobody. They don't own the same outcome as we do if a white Republican gets elected instead. I land.
So I wanted to speak on this Hillary thing.
But one second, Lovely, please, real quick. I understand what you're saying, but real quick, Bernie did address it. Bernie didn't mean the people of South Carolina. He meant what happened with Donna Brazile and the admitting of the collusion. He was talking about that. But you know who the biggest promoter of that, who was doing the most yelling about the black citizens of South Carolina? And I don't really even support her. I wish she just moved aside and stopped trying to act like she a progressive. Nina Turner. But then I'll land.
So I just want to speak on my inner. I have this. Back when this is when the Book of Faces was really popping, right? And I was pushing for Hillary. Like, one thing what turned me off of Bernie, and I agree with BX, those Bernie bros reminded me a lot of MAGA, right? Even though they were far left and they were liberal, right? When they saw, like, me personally, and I see, I wish I would log in, but I don't. They would also use racial tropes and all of this and talking about, make comments, disparaging comments. Like those people were fucking crazy. Okay. And then another thing that kind of turned me off, and I agree with Bernie, is that he did just like Donald Trump doesn't really check MAGA. I'm trying to think of a time where he checked those Bernie bros, anyway, and see, I like Hillary personally, right? Because Hillary, she's the first person that I can recall, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, that actually pushed for universal health care. Like, I remember Hillary Care. Like, I don't know if any of y'all remember that or whatever.
I remember.
And so I feel, and the thing is, like, I feel like Bernie has a tendency to kind of attach himself to certain things, and when they don't go his way, that misogyny comes out, right? Because to sit up here and just allow your base, right? I'm not old, being I just read a lot, but just to allow your base, right, to attack people, right? Like it was wild to me, and I understand you have, just like MAGA got white people, black people, or whatever, but when BX brought it up, I was like, damn, MAGA does sound like a lot of the Bernie bros. Like, those people were fucking extreme.
Yeah, but I disagree, Bernie, because even when Bernie lost, when Bernie lost.
I just want to give the numbers really quick. I just want to give the numbers really quick. The delegate count was 2,000 for Hillary, 2,842. Bernie, 1,865. The contest that Hillary won was 34, Bernie 23. The popular vote, Hillary about 16 million, Bernie 13 million. The percentage, Hillary 55%, Bernie 43%. That's the final count. Those are the final numbers.
Yeah, that's including the convention. It's including the convention.
We go by the delegate counts. Hillary had the more delegate count. Right. So Hillary had the delegate count. So again, Hillary had the delegate count. And again, I'm not going to sit up here and sing praises to Bernie. I'm not. I'm just not. Because you know why? Because that election, too much was too much at stake.
Oh, is that me or him?
You.
Exactly. That election had the
opportunity. I went in there as a grubby old man,
You broke up, yeah.
Which is why.
Let Q get in, y'all.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Q.
Yeah. Bernie condemned with your old self. I'm signing that petition. Bernie, when his supporters were telling him to fight the selection, right, and to go against Bernie, and they were booing him actually. He said no. he also backed up that Hillary Clinton did win multiple times. And then furthermore, come here. I agree with Cheddar. A lot of people who were Bernie bros seen how the Democrats did big rig. And by rig, not meaning they did what Trump is alleging, right? He's talking about in terms of like the institutional backing of Hillary Clinton, which is in the process, how they did push her over him. I didn't want to vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm gonna be very clear. Most qualified woman, I will agree. I did not want to vote for Hillary Clinton. There was a choice. I wanted Bernie. I did. I was a Bernie girl, whatever you want to call it. And when that choice was taken away from me, of course, I went with Hillary because I didn't hate the woman. But I think Bernie did come out and talk about how the Democrats did do certain things while also still backing Hillary for the years.
But it's disingenuous. Oh, go ahead. It's disingenuous to say that something was stolen or selected when you're talking about the proper party rules that are provisioned for in selecting a candidate. So Democrats had super delegates, etc. They did that because they did want to have institutional control over who became the nominee if they felt they needed to do so. Those were always the rules from the very beginning. So nothing underhanded was actually done.
Yeah, but I think that's the problem, though, and that's the problem he was pointing out.
That's fine.
I think that's the problem he was. Hold on, I think that's the.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on, no, I heard what you said. Let me respond. I think that's the problem that he was pointing out, and I agree till this day that is still a problem. I want Bernie, I want Bernie. Point blank period. I don't want this institution. No, that's our problem as American voters.
Okay, but wait. Hold on, Black. Hold on. BK, wait. Let me. BK, please. Wait. Hold on. BK, you went back and forth. Let me answer this real quick. It wasn't a question. Okay, so Q. Here's what the issue is. Here's what the issue is. What people are having a problem with is that super delegates voted their way, and that you had James Clyburn considered an insider, getting the people of South Carolina to vote the way he wanted, which was in their interest. And so everybody is actually complaining about fair play simply because your guy wasn't selected. And if it was reversed, where super delegates decided to back Bernie, you would have absolutely no problem with it.
I have a problem with. Let me say this again. I have a problem.
What you call her? What was that show? HBO is on. She was on HBO. What's his old boy name?
I'm not.
Bill Maher. Yeah, she was on Donna Brazil. She mentioned that shit on Bill Maher. Yeah. Again.
When am I gonna be able to respond?
Go ahead, land your plane, Q, and then I want to say something. Go ahead, Q.
I'm gonna start putting the timer on.
I think the issue is the super delegates in general. I wouldn't want that even if Hillary didn't win and Bernie won, regardless. I think that's the problem, which Heather is trying to explain, at least since I've been in the comments, is that a lot of people felt like that was fucked up on the Democrats' part, and it did push them to look more so on the Republican side. And some ultimately, obviously, we know Bernie Bros turned into Trump supporters or MAGA, whatever they want to call themselves today. So I think it's important that we do listen to that and understand, like, the Democrats need to be held accountable as well. We can't just back the Democrats because they're Democrats and we feel like they're more progressive. No, we have to be able to criticize both sides.
I agree, right?
Okay. So
go ahead.
So let me just say.
Go ahead, Bill. No. Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just say this real quick. In New York State, you have to, in order to vote in the primary, you have to be a member of the Democratic Party. Bernie Bros went there. Bernie supporters went to the polls at that time, looking to vote, and they said, "Well, I'm an independent." They said, "Well, you can't vote it unless you're a Democrat, a registered Democrat." Now, Bernie Bros got mad, talking about, "Oh, that's not fair. The system is rigged." Those were the rules. And they got mad and they said, well, this is being stolen from Bernie in New York State. Nothing was stolen. Those were the rules. If you can't follow the rules that were set up, the party doesn't have to change for you. Those were the rules that were in place already. But because Bernie came along, now everybody was supposed to just drop because the great white old man came down from the mountain with tablets in his hand. No,
exactly.
We're not
the rules clearly stated.
You got 5 seconds. Hold on, guys. Let him finish.
Hold on.
The rules were what they were, and you can't follow the rules. Then why should I care about you crying about it being rigged?
Hey,
can you pull up while Pimpin talks? Can you pull up the proof that those people weren't registered? Because I was registered in New York and had to vote in New York when I went to go vote in the primary for Bernie, right? So
Black folks,
that is something. That is something. I'm black, so I want a Bernie. Can we move on?
You did, but you're
no,
the exception.
Why do you niggas only interrupt me, bro? I'm not the one. I'll start muting and then dropping. Have some respect. I let y'all talk.
Don't drop. Exactly. Go ahead, Q.
Go ahead. All I was gonna say, I'm asking for BX if you can provide the proof of that, right? Because there's many people I've known who are black who wanted Bernie. Maybe not the older people, Q, but I'm younger. But go ahead.
Q, even if he can't find the proof, all I'm gonna say is this though, Q. They did it again with Kamala, right? They did it again with Kamala. Like you get pissed off. See what I don't understand. Some Republicans don't do this shit. If they because remember at one point, right, you had so many people that wanted instead of Trump at first. I'm trying to figure out who it was when Trump first came down. It was somebody else that they had wanted. But what I'm saying is this: is whenever the primary is over with, Republicans line up and they vote who they fucking president is. Democrats, like my black is saying, I'm not coming at you, Q, and you know I'm not. But this shit has been proven in 2016, and then these motherfuckers did it again in 2024. Come on, y'all. That's a fucking pattern. That's a fucking pattern.
That's a bad comparison. That's a bad
What they do in 2024?
That's a bad comparison.
We got a couple of new guests too, guys.
Wait, Pimpin, what they do in 2024?
Wait. So hold on. So I'm saying when Republicans got a president,
nominee,
and they vote for that person every time. Are you saying the Democrats do the same, Cheddar? Is that what you telling me, Cheddar?
What I'm saying is that
nigga, answer my question. I don't like it when y'all pivot.
I didn't say that, so I can't answer that. You were asking me the question.
So, nigga, in 2016, all Democrats voted for Hillary. Yes or no?
Damn, bro. God damn, bro.
Yes or no, nigga?
No, so most.
Okay, so did the Democratic Party in 2024? Did they all vote for Kamala?
Nope, most.
So, nigga, what the fuck you coming at me for, nigga? I was backing you just a minute ago.
Calm down, hey, listen. If you calm down and then you hurry up and listen, I won't have to slow down when I talk.
How the fuck I gotta listen to what the fuck you just said when I know goddamn well in 2016,
see, you just want to fight,
every motherfucking Democrat voted for Hillary, and in 2024, not every motherfucking Democrat voted for Kamala. Nigga, you can't change shit I just said, nigga.
No. So I'm gonna address what I heard, right?
You are
what I'm gonna address the difference. The reason I said you can't compare the two, because you was talking about inside of a Democratic primary versus Hillary, right?
Okay, I got the numbers for that.
Versus Bernie. Okay, that's in a Democratic primary.
Can I do the numbers? Can I BX? Hold up, I got y'all. Q asked for the numbers. I went and got the numbers. Q asked the question and asked for the numbers. I went and got the numbers. So the exit poll shows Hillary Clinton won.
Excuse me, Perry, for 1 second. Please, sir, just excuse me for 1 second, Perry. Nigga, you talking primary. I said one more motherfucking time, Cheddar, and clean your fucking ears out.
Hey,
when they voted for Kamala as president, nigga.
Let's talk normal, man. You can't beat me up over the phone. You can't. I'm not scared.
Nigga, yes or no?
You performing, homie. We both know you performing right now.
I ain't performing, nigga. I don't like it when you
performing with all this hostility in your voice. That we're obviously misunderstanding each other, but you want to have all this hostility because perhaps I misunderstood you.
I don't understand how you. I don't understand how you misunderstand
me.
Calm down.
You isn't that kind of funny? Nigga, I'm loud with my shit, and you still misunderstand.
You performing.
Nigga, I said I'm loud with my shit, and you still misunderstand.
Man, you performing, man.
Okay, you're not getting nowhere.
So I just want to give.
And Perry, wait, hold on. Perry was talking, and I asked for the numbers specifically.
Yes, you asked for the numbers. I have the numbers.
No, I'm going to make
the Bernie.
Clear.
Yeah, the Bernie.
Who didn't vote in the primary.
Yes,
who said the 26
in New York. the 2016 Democratic presidential primary. So when they did the cumulative exit polls, 78% of the black votes across primary exit polls were for Hillary Clinton. Latino was 62%. The only place where it was split pretty even was between white people. Black people and Latino people overwhelmingly voted for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, that's not the numbers I asked for, respectfully. What I said was
you wanted New York.
I asked BX to pull up where people weren't registered for the primary, and that's they didn't know they had to register for the primary, and that's why they didn't go for Bernie. And then they're calling.
Okay,
that's what
I thought you said you wanted the numbers for the overall.
No. BX.
I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this, and this is from the article. This is from the article from The Guardian from 10 years ago. So, this is from 10 years ago. The Guardian. New York strict voter registration rules sparked mounting frustration and anger among Bernie supporters on Tuesday as some discovered they were unable to vote in the primary election showdown with Hillary Clinton only after arriving at their local polling stations. So the issue has been attracting growing attention in recent weeks as the New York race appears to have been unexpectedly competitive, after the October 9th deadline of registrations.
BX, that's the same. Right. BX, that's the same with these.
No, but that's not answering the. That's
hold on.
But
what? He's talking to me. Let me respond.
So let me finish. And it says new voters were able to register and choose the primary affiliation up until March 25th of that year. But there were plenty of voters who remained unaware of the requirement until they tried in vain to find their name on the list of eligible voters on polling day. So basically, they didn't understand that they had to be registered as a Democrat to vote in the Democratic primary that year.
What happened?
Yeah,
what happened to the Michigan
Based on your
voters?
article alone, even your words, it said some, not all.
What happened?
So when you're stating
I
didn't say
all.
You said that the Bernie vote.
But I said there were Bernie voters.
But what happened?
I said there were Bernie voters.
All right, you be able to understand what I've heard if everyone be quiet while I'm talking. I don't understand.
Because y'all saying the same shit over and over.
But I keep telling you that Bernie.
Go ahead.
I said there were Bernie voters in New York. I said there were Bernie voters in New York who didn't know that you had to be registered in the Democratic Party in order to vote in the primaries.
In the primary,
I didn't say all. I said
you said the
Bernie voters.
And then they took their frustration. Then they took their frustration. Hold up, BA. Then they took their fucking frustration into the regular into the November election, and then they didn't fucking vote. It's the same as the fucking Somalians. It's the same as the motherfucking Muslims.
Get out your
Kamala. Y'all preaching the same motherfucking shit. That what happened in 2024, they did the shit in 2016. The same as like I'm saying, when Republicans get their fucking pick, no matter what the fucking shit is in the primary, they fucking line up. Democrats don't. The fuck, niggas.
Okay. No, because Hillary won the popular vote, right? Some people who voted for Bernie, who wanted Bernie, did vote for Hillary, i.e. me, i.e. a couple of my friends, i.e. many of my family. So I disagree with that, Pippin, one. And then two, respectfully, right? While some voters, like the younger generation at that time, I was a new voter, did not know about the primary rules of New York. What I heard you say wasn't that some or anything. You said Bernie bros, so you generalized. But we can move on because it's semantics, and I'll take your source. Jesus, y'all unhinged today.
I will say,
I like to clear
a lot
mine
of people didn't, and I understand what Pimp is saying. When people on the Republican side, they're gonna be lockstep and in tow. They're gonna vote once they get their candidate. They're gonna vote. But us, we always split our votes. That's what Pimpin is trying to say.
Look at, but that's not true either. Republicans split when Trump was the nominee.
Hold up. Look at Marco Rubio. Look at Ted Cruz. Look at them people when they in the primary in 2016. They JD Vance called him a Smittler. the rhetoric that they were saying about Trump. But then when they came to vote him in as president, what the fuck did they do?
We don't
leave. Please, y'all, stop muting people.
What you mean you
I'm
don't
about to go,
friendly,
I'm about to go dip out, but it was cool talking to y'all. I gotta go.
As always, I'm gonna look into that, Perry. I'm gonna hit you up.
Horrible.
All right.
I appreciate you.
My comparison is horrible.
No, we don't know because
And we got let
one,
Cliff get in too, y'all.
JD Vance. I think JD Vance even stated that he didn't vote for Trump in 2015. They recently in an interview, he voted afterwards, of course. So I disagree once again that there are Republicans who also came on our side and voted for us or did not vote at all. And I'm talking about regular people, not the politicians who have a position to fight for. But I think all Cheddar was trying to say is respectfully, the Democrats have to take some accountability, and if they don't take any accountability, the conservatives are going to get what they want and having them win. I think that's our issue. We don't have to defend everything Democratic. I truly don't give. I will drop this party today if there is another progressive who has better policies. I will go. I'm independent in a heartbeat because that's how it's supposed to be as an American.
I mean, I don't even identify as Democrat. I'm a progressive. I'm just waiting on that progressive party to start. To clear up what I was saying, because the conversation was about Bernie, about people not supporting Hillary when Bernie and them, when they was primary. So I thought you was comparing that she didn't get the Democratic vote, that we were split on that end. And when you brought it to Kamala, I was like, well, Kamala didn't have any primary supporters, any primary voters. So the comparison was different to me. And you was yelling at me because of misunderstanding. That's what I was trying to get you to understand. It was a misunderstanding of the words you used, because my mind was still on Bernie versus Hillary in a primary, which is the reason why I brought up the primary.
Anybody remember the WikiLeaks emails?
They vote. Listen. People vote in a primary to get their nominee, and then they go back and
gotta let Cliff get in too.
And then they vote again in the November election. But whether they voted in the primary or whether they voted in the November election, you can't be you either gonna vote for who lines up with what you stand for what you want as a president. So I'm gonna ask anybody a question that if you didn't vote for Democrat, well, why? If you didn't vote for Democrat, well, why didn't you go and vote for a Republican? Why shouldn't his numbers have been 81 million? No, it should have been 77 million. It should have been 81 million, like what Joe Biden had got.
But why you?
See, this is why I don't understand motherfuckers, man.
It was 14 million people purged out the voter rolls, and why you addressing that question to people who told you that we voted for the Democrat?
Whatever.
Why are you addressing that to us? We told you. I told you I voted for Hillary.
All right. Hey, bro, I'm not trying to say just you, Cheddar. I'm talking about those Democrats. Say, listen here, man. Listen. If you look at the 2024 presidency, right? And if you look at how Trump had won that whole big ass red wave, he won in so many fucking counties, right? How come if they voted that way as a president in these counties, why didn't they have a super majority in the House and in the fucking Senate? Explain that to me, Cheddar.
They did take out 3 branches, though.
No, bro. Do you know what super majority?
Again, they did take all 3 branches. And I'm answering your question. They took all 3 houses, so you really didn't need a super majority.
I didn't say they got control.
And I said they didn't need a super majority because they took the House and the Senate.
You want to know why?
Even Hakeem Jeffries said that. So it doesn't matter super majority if they have. Hakeem Jeffries said that. Okay? Now, that being said, going back to 2016, if anyone in here is old enough, and Q, you may remember this. Remember the WikiLeaks emails that was stolen, mind you, because of election meddling. But in those emails between Leon Panetta and Deborah Walsh-Schulterman, they all said, and they agreed with Hillary, well, Hillary said it too, that Bernie would be bad for the party. That's what dissuaded a lot of Bernie voters, because they would never answer questions about that. Now, the leak was illegal, but it revealed a lot of information that did turn Bernie voters and say, Now, also in 2016, and Hillary's even said this, when she didn't make the trip to Wisconsin and Michigan prior to the general election, she thought she had those states wrapped up, but they weren't. Even if you wait a minute. Even if you don't vote for him or vote for him, at least put the information out right.
Okay, so the question now becomes is because they thought Bernie would be bad for the party, therefore that means collusion for him not to win.
They admitted the collusion, bro.
Right.
No, wait. If I think somebody's going to be bad for the party, does that mean I'm colluding with them not to win?
They admitted.
Sir, if you're the Democratic Party and you say you're the party of fairness and openness, then you can't have emails like that at all. I'll give an example. Wait a minute, hold up. I'll give an example. Because in 2020, when kind of the same stuff went down, I don't know if anybody remembers Super Tuesday and how colleges in Texas closed the voting polls at 7 and didn't allow people to line up. But let's go from there. They took a lot of what Bernie platform and added it to Joe. They learned from 2016.
I told them that.
But
student debt loan wasn't even issued in 2016.
But here's the other thing you don't account for. All that collusion you talk about doesn't account for the fact that Bernie never won over a lot of black voters. Because Bernie never won over my vote. So
your vote is one. These younger kids are different. Right. The younger generation is a different voting set for black people.
I'm sorry. You asked me to let you speak, right? And I talk over you, right? I could have swore you asked me to do that. So if Bernie didn't win over those voters in South Carolina, if Bernie didn't win over black voters, if Bernie didn't win over the older black crowd, that's not the fault of anybody else other than Bernie. And this whole notion that because Bernie, and this is the problem that I have, and Bernie did the same thing Trump did. I didn't win, so therefore I was cheated. I was robbed. So if Trump says it and it's wrong, and Bernie says it and it's right, then we have a double standard.
He did not say anything about Trump. He didn't. Oh my God.
Then we have. You have people in the party who didn't support Bernie. That's not the same as saying it's collusion. That's what if you're going to be a politician, you have to go out and win over people's support. You can't just come in there, be the grumpy old white man and think that people are going to fall behind you.
People's support. And you know what Bernie also said? He was trying to extend Obama's policies because he knew Obama policies. He couldn't get it done by himself. He couldn't. Bernie was trying to. Obama didn't want Obamacare. He wanted Medicare for all.
This is what my brother don't understand, right? There's not a candidate to run for office who's going to ever outpace money-wise the party, right? So
the lobbyists.
Bernie depended on the party and the finances and resources that the party can nationwide election. They said we're not going to do it, Bernie.
Hey, can a female get in here? Because y'all men have just taken over and not letting.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, man. Thank you. Now, I'm going to say now, I'm 52. I was, for Bernie. But people also have to realize a lot of factors go in when they pick candidates, too. Because, one, they looked at Bernie's age versus Hillary's age. They look at other factors than just, oh, he was a civil rights person. And that's why I was like, okay, he did this, he did that. But that's not all that it's going to take, to win a person over. Because, you do have to factor in, yeah, he's older, just like that was a reason that people didn't want Trump or Biden, because they was looking at his age. People was gearing towards younger candidates. And we all know that's true.
But Jim Claremont said that only an older white man can beat another older white man. Thus, why they start pushing Joe.
Okay, thank you, because they won't let me finish. But and it wasn't just the older white man. It's just that the history and the things that Biden done. You know, they felt that he could be more received. And they also looked at, you know, true people were looking at, you know, Bernie as a commie because people were actually saying those things. So you got to look at the overall. So they went with the candidate that they felt was strongest to beat the opponent. Yeah, and I land now.
I think that was their mistake. I agree with you, Miss Davis. I think they thought I got you, Ben. I think they thought that Hillary was gonna win, and I think that was their first mistake because I agree a little bit with why they went after Hillary in terms of like I don't think age played a part per se. I think more so they felt like she can get the minorities on board, which numbers wise she did. So, but Ben. Oh no, Ben, you came up here. Let the ladies first, actually. Let Kala go, and then you, Ben. Kala, right? Am I saying that right?
I'll let her slide because she's a Cancer. She can slide. Go ahead.
Kala? Kayla?
Look goofy.
Oh, I corrected her before you came off mute, goofy. She's not. I don't know if she knows she up here. Go ahead, Ben.
What I was gonna say is, I see why Trump won. Pimpin is actually right. Like, it's crazy, but I realize that some Democrats, they'll start voting. A lot of Democrats will start voting independent and whatnot just to hold out higher morals and to feed their ego of being the righteous person. When instead of being lock in, but I met a lot of Republicans that don't want Trump. They didn't want to vote for Trump, but they did it because a lot of, especially in Florida, a lot of Republicans wanted DeSantis to win. A lot of Republicans wanted Cuomo, Schwabe to win, whatever. Like, they didn't want Trump. But when it came down to it, they voted for Trump. They locked in and they voted for Trump. When it comes down to Republicans, if they're gonna vote, they're gonna either vote for a Republican or they're gonna vote for a Democrat. They're not gonna vote independents to teach Republicans a lesson. Only Democrats do that, and that's dumb as fuck.
It don't, bro. I mean, y'all keep bringing up some old dumbass shit, but that I mean, it's like y'all, it's like they overlooking everything you said, Ben. It's like yeah. Go ahead, Ben. But
so, like, when it came down to it, right? Instead of locking in, when the Bernie Bros or whatnot, instead of locking in, like, hey, yeah, you know, we're gonna take care of this. We're gonna get our people. They started voting. They started not showing up to the polls and not voting at all. Like, what happened? Wait, that's why when people who voted independence because of Gaza, I asked them, how's that beachfront looking like now? And where's Jill Stein?
Mm-hmm.
Like, people be like, okay, matter of fact, Q, you just said it. Ooh. You said if you don't see a progressive, in the Democrats, push a progressive in the Democrat side, you're gonna do what? You're gonna vote independent. And then out of nowhere, we're gonna get a Trump 2.0.
Yep.
Like y'all be missing the mark, bro.
But
yeah, we're gonna get a Trump 3.0, and then boom, you're gonna be right back where we're at.
No, we're not.
Doing this, Republicans doing that.
But respectfully, Q. Then we'll just get.
Hold on. Wait, let me finish right here.
Nah, man, you land your plane, nigga. So respectfully,
you been running your mouth the whole time, man. Let me finish.
Respectfully, Q.
I want to ask you one thing.
This is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen. I want to ask you one thing,
Pippin. Hey, Pippin, I want to ask you one thing.
Go ahead, Ben. Go.
Q. Do you think a Democrat would be worse than a Trump? Like any Democrat would be worse than a Trump?
There'll never be another Trump, but no.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, don't never say never, because again, they can follow his playbook, Q. It don't matter who they put in. Like if they put a Republican in 2028, he's just gonna go off of his playbook. Because you wanna know why? If they get hold on, Tom. If they still got the House and they still got the fucking SCOTUS. No, it's not about poor.
It's about the Republican model, right? They don't like AB. They don't like immigrants. They don't. I'm still trying to get the smaller government shit, but when it comes to smaller government, they all over the page and shit. But if you go down the Republican playbook, voters will vote. I don't give a fuck who they is. If they come out and say they don't like blacks, they don't like immigrants, watch how quick they vote Republican.
Then Trump should have lost. Then Trump should have lost. If that was the case, then Trump should have lost because Trump does not follow the Republican playbook play by play. And Ben, also, statistically, 95% of registered Democrats strictly vote Democrat. 95% of registered Republicans strictly vote Republican. People who vote independent are the percentage is the same, and that's from the strength in numbers. Hold on, let me pull it up.
I just find it amazing.
But here's the one thing.
People think this is an isolated situation with the Democratic Party, right? When again, we got people like you just disregard the Liz Cheney and the people that follow her didn't vote for Trump. They voted for Kamala. You got to look at the Lincoln Project. The Lincoln Project was real Republican. All of them switched their vote, their allegiance to the Republican Party and went against Donald Trump and voted for Kamala Harris. So for you guys to sit up there pretend this is some isolated situation with Democrats over Republicans is just wrong. And again, you guys are disregarding the 14 million people that was purged by the Republicans from the voter rolls.
Okay, so here's the thing. Politics is about addition, not subtraction. And it's not up to me to come to Bernie or to any other of the progressives to give them my vote. They have to earn my vote. And if you're not going to earn my vote, then you don't get my vote. And Bernie didn't earn black people's votes by going out there trying to win over that.
That's crazy.
That MAGA white middle class that he thought was going to, we just have to make. And Bernie said this: you just have to make them feel healthy and feel good about themselves. They feel good. That's the reason for their racism, because those poor white working class, they just need to feel whole again. Bernie never connecting the problem with class and race. He only saw it as if you could win over those.
Which black people are you burn the ones that's 30 to 18?
History is important to learn.
Bernie thought that if you can win over those white working class, Republicans.
Bernie was with ex-felons. Bernie was with prisoners voting.
If Bernie thought that if you could win it over those Reagan Democrats, the poor white working class, then everybody will come along and rising tide lifts all boats. I never once heard Bernie put forth an agenda for Black America. Never once.
HBCU when Bernie was running.
I never once heard Bernie put forth a black agenda. I never once heard Bernie put forth a black agenda for black people. I never once heard Bernie put forth a black agenda for black people. So Bernie didn't win over black support.
Okay, well,
Bernie didn't win over black.
Bernie was for reparations. I know that, right?
Did Bernie win over black support? Yes or no?
No, Bernie did not win overwhelming. Hillary outpaced him by, I think, 30 points in terms for black people. Did he campaign to black people? Yes. Did I think his message didn't come across? Yes. I think both of you guys can be right? In terms of Hillary Clinton, yeah, she fared off better. Can you tell me one of Hillary Clinton's plans for black people?
And can you tell me who won the youth vote?
BX?
That's a good question.
What was Hillary Clinton's plan for black people?
Protecting Roe v. Wade, which would have protected black women's rights to health care. Basically, Hillary was one of those people who first.
Wait, let him land it.
Because basically she would have had a chance to help stack the Supreme Court, which would have protected Roe v. Wade. Basically, she would have put forth a Democratic agenda, which would have been basically worked upon. It may not have been perfect, but it would have been better than what we got right now with Trump. But hey, you know what? That's okay.
But Bernie would have done. Bernie would have done it too. Hold on, wait, respectfully. Bernie would have done it more.
You asked me a question. I'm gonna finish answering the question.
Well, you didn't answer it though.
You got so, but I answered. You just didn't like the answer. She would have put forth a Democratic agenda. worked on healthcare, worked on probably prison reform, worked on making sure that we would have had a better Supreme Court, worked on voting rights. But here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. When you choose to plant your flag on that hill of virtue, you get what you wanted. So Bernie supporters got what they wanted. They didn't want Hillary. You got Trump. So you guys should be happy with that.
Okay, so let me just clear. Real quick, let me just compare the two, right? So when we look at Sanders during the campaign, you got to echo, Ben. He proposed a massive $1 trillion infrastructure plan to directly create 13 million jobs, arguing it would be heavily benefit minority workers disproportionately affected by underemployment. Clinton side of that, she favored a targeted $125 billion economic plan. $125 billion economic plan, specifically isolated for chronically distressed communities and minority-owned small businesses. Both not bad. I'm not saying hers. Going to go to the criminal justice system. I'm mute up because Sanders called for the total federal ban of private prisons, right? Arguing that the profit motive inherently drives mass incarceration, which we know is something that terribly hurts our community as well. Clinton pledged to end private federal detention systems, but did not push for an immediate total ban across all state level systems. Not angry at her. So when we talk about we can go into the Mary J, because we know Bernie Sanders was back that was a heavy pusher aiming to deschedule Mary J, right? Which also affects us. So when we go into these policies, and your response when I ask you, well, what was Hillary Clinton's black agenda? And you say, well, she would push Democratic policies. All of these policies from Clinton and Sanders are Democratic policies. So to say that that's the reason why, I disagree. I agree that his message didn't primarily land with us, but he also had a great plan.
That's why we got a Trump. Everybody want every.
Who muted Ben?
God, yeah, mute me, bro.
I don't know. It wasn't me.
Bruh, Republicans are forever feed on the fact that you always want to be the moral superiority in the room. They're gonna always feed on that shit. They can't wait till y'all want to be y'all want to be sitting on the high. No, they eat this shit up. When y'all want to, nobody, bro, we need to stop thinking like this, bro. Trying to take accountability and all that shit. Nah, we need to play the same fucking game they play.
Yes,
fuck all that shit. No, they don't care about taking accountability. They fucking up the country right now. You think any Republican that come on the platform right now is like, oh, we need to start taking only you fucking saying that shit. Only y'all saying that shit.
JD Vance is on the whole campaign trail. He's taking accountability. He's trying to take accountability for some
No Republicans on TikTok right now is saying that, hey, we need to start taking accountability and stop spending money. Only you fuckers, you Democrats saying that shit.
We didn't say that, Ben.
See, here's my disagreement. Win. I want Democrats to win. I want Democrats to control the House. I want Democrats to control the Senate. I want Democrats to be able to expand the Supreme Court. I want Democrats to win. And if that means sometimes I don't get 100% of everything that I want, then that's fine. I could take 70% of what I want. But I want Democrats to win because I know Democrats will still be better than Republicans. I'm not going to, that whole, who the fuck is Darth Vader in here? So I don't want to just say I'm virtuous, but now we got what we got. Like Ben said, ask those people who said anybody but Kamala. Ask them how Palestine's doing right now. Ask them how that's going. Ask them where's Jill Stein at right now? All that virtue signal.
You can go to a website.
Yeah, hey, I got to drop real quick.
You can go to a website.
I just want to say this was a great conversation.
Website don't mean nothing to me.
Okay, exactly.
I don't see her anywhere. I don't see her anywhere.
They need to put it in front of your face in order for you to feel
but that's
about
fine.
it.
If that's the hill but if that's the hill you want to die on, if that's the hill you want to die on, that's fine. Go on that hill. But then you'll keep getting Republicans. You'll keep getting the same thing over and over again.
Right, where you have to pay for your health care.
At least you'll be virtuous.
Right, where you have to pay for your health care.
Doing when they look at these candidates, look at who's funding them, because y'all saying Jill Stein, but who was funding Jill Stein?
But
no, it was a Democrat.
APAC.
She was getting money from the. She was getting money from the GOP.
Yes, she did. She'll give money from APAC.
Yes, she was.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, she was.
Listen, this is my.
Y'all need to do your homework.
This is my thing. This is my thing. Like you.
Hey, go look at all those shell companies that was funding.
Oh Lord, now it's shell companies. It's amazing.
No, let Larry get perfect. Shit, man. Like you was just saying a minute ago, right? You had both of those candidates, Hillary and what's his name? Fuck, I know. Bernie Sanders. Yeah, both of those candidates, their policies almost lined up. Now they might have been a little bit off on one another, but they damn near lined up as far as Democratic policies. What I don't understand is you had a Democratic president that they was actually finna take the lead from him. Like, did we just not have Obama in office as a Democrat? And then y'all want to fight and bicker among one another off of who was gonna do this way, who don't, and then listen, it's all a campaign motherfucking promise. A campaign speech, because once they get in office, now they got to get the votes for them to pass their fucking pot. Otherwise, it's just gonna be an EO. But what I just don't understand is why y'all can't just line up and vote Democrat. Y'all want to sit up and say, well, if it ain't too progressive, blah, blah, blah. But you want a Republican in come in and fuck up shit. Like what had happened. First for you, he came up. Look what he did. Like y'all said, fuck if it ain't Bernie. We're just gonna not vote for Bernie or Hillary. He come in, he wrecked Obama. Everything Obama put in place. All that shit with the Ebola shit. Then what we get? COVID. How many millions of Americans died? All because Hillary ain't lined up with what Bernie is saying. Y'all motherfuckers ain't stupid. I don't know what the fuck. It's bad that I gotta call you maggot stupid. But now it's bad enough looking back now, hindsight, and hearing what the fuck y'all saying today. Y'all just as stupid as them motherfuckers.
Yeah. So the people who voted for the Bernie Bros for Trump, right? They absolutely make no sense for me, right? Because I can agree to an extent that if you wanted Bernie, who is for the most part far left, right, voting for Hillary would be the next best option if you're going based just on the policies you like the Bernies. That makes no sense to me. I think they were butthurt. I always use the saying, when mommy hurts you, you run to daddy, right? So that's what I think they did. They didn't vote for Hillary Clinton because they were angry with what the Democratic Party did to Bernie. So I would 100% agree with that. But I think we also need to understand the reasons why so that we can combat it. If you truly don't want them to vote for someone like Trump again, which I don't think there'll be another Trump, but if you do want somebody to vote for like Trump again, the best way is not to berate them. It's to educate. And those who you can will come. And there's many people who used to be hardcore MAGA on this app who are now saying, I'm not MAGA, I'm Republican, who are now saying, I'm not Republican, I don't know what I am, but this shit's crazy. So education works best.
But Q, I agree with you.
You think, hold up, my bad. I want to ask Q a question. You think educating them is what changed them? You know that's not what changed them, right?
Education is seeing for themselves.
No. Education didn't change them fuckers. They too stupid to learn. You know what changed their minds? Their pockets, their money. They see they're getting hurt by what's going on. That's why they not MAGA no more. They starting to feel the effect of their vote. Education didn't change them. They don't give a fuck about that shit. It's just now they feeling the effects of what's going on. Now they want to, oh man, he's fucking up. What's going on? That's not what we voted for, this and that. They wasn't educated. They come on this app not to get educated. They come on this app to troll and be like, we won. Now they starting to feel the wind. They starting to feel the wind. Now they like, oh, nah, he's messing up the country. You didn't change nobody's fucking mind. They starting to feel the shit was going on. Now they want to, oh man, you know what? I don't think I can vote Republicans. I'm just gonna sit. I'm just gonna sit this one out.
Ben, don't forget prejudice, Ben. Don't forget the prejudice.
But I'm not gonna go there and call people stupid and dumb and this, that, and third and think that because respectfully, that's all entertainment at this point. Then what the hell are we on this app for?
No.
Okay,
but
real
again,
quick. So
go ahead. Ben.
So let me just say this real quick. Education is one thing, and this is why I differentiate a lot of Bernie, like black people who supported Bernie, to me is different than the suburban white kids who supported Bernie. So education is one thing, but that's after a certain point, you have to take they have to take accountability for their actions, and you have to look at politics as a whole. It's not I get everything or nothing. The mayor of New York one time, Ed Koch said, make a list of 10 things. If a candidate checks off at least 6 to 7 of those things, that's the candidate you should roll with, because you're not going to get everything you want in politics. Either it was Ed Koch or Mayor Cuomo, one of those two, I forget. But my point being is that a lot of these Bernie bros were suburban white revolutionary kids. They read a book about Marx, but they knew that if Bernie didn't win, the policies weren't going to hurt them. And that's my problem with a lot of the Bernie bros. I can understand the young kids on colleges, but a lot of these guys, they were old enough to understand the difference, and they knew the damage that they were going to do. That's why I have a problem when I say the Bernie bros. And notice I say Bernie bros, not Bernie supporters, Bernie bros. So there's a difference.
So Q.
Yeah.
So if a person doesn't know how to read or write or understand a certain paraphrase or understand somebody talking to them, giving them information, that makes them illiterate, right?
By definition, yeah.
By definition. If a motherfucker did something one day and somebody told you not to do it, or you realize you did it and it was wrong and you did it again, what does that make you? And then you keep doing it over and over. Don't that make you a stupid ass fucking person?
Yeah, my issue is that's not most Trump supporters.
No. So let me make my explanation. So when you voted for his motherfucking ass the first time and he fuck you in your ass, then you're gonna go vote for him a second time? Don't that make you stupid? Then you voted for him the first time and he told you your bullshit, and I'm assuming you just didn't understand what he was doing. Right? You didn't educate yourself. But then you went back and voted for him again. Yeah, you dumb, you stupid, and I can name some motherfucking more words if it's gonna offend your motherfucking ass.
Yeah. Maybe because I talked to way more people who voted for Trump, and while there are some like BGB, just fucking slow, right? I call him that. There are some who their reasoning for voting for Trump, while I do not agree with, I can see why they would make that reasoning. Do I think it was the best choice for the country? No, but I think when we only have conversations that the Trump supporters are all racist, they're all stupid and this, that, and the third, then the message doesn't get across and people will run away again.
But then that's the thing, Q. You're talking about. I understand who you're talking about, Q. You're totally right. But you gotta let's be for real. You're talking about those. You're talking about those people that would have voted for the other the guy out of Ohio, the DeSantis. Like, you talking about those people.
Ooh, did he break up?
He probably, being driving, Q. He might lose service.
We gotta be honest though.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Hillary. Go ahead, Ben.
You broke up, Ben.
You breaking up, Ben. You breaking up, Ben. You breaking up, bro.
Yeah.
Trying to let him finish. But what I was gonna say, we can't sit here and act like the things that are happening now, we weren't told these things were gonna happen by Hillary, Kamala, and people like that. And people just didn't want to believe it. And we've also been on this app telling people about the stuff that's in this Project 25 and the Heritage Foundation. And look who he got in his administration, because they're going down the playbook. And we keep saying that, oh, we're not going to get another one. But the Heritage Foundation been trying to push this for the longest. And they finally got someone to take the bait. So I'm never gonna say never, because as long as they're around, they're gonna keep trying to push their agenda, because we all know what they want.
Exactly. They want to. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pimpin. Go ahead.
No, that's not what I mean by never Trump again. That's not what I mean.
But now, like I was just gonna add with what Tip said. I mean, their playbook is a playbook. It's just like what you do in the NFL, or basketball, baseball, whatever. You run the playbook. And if that playbook, if the plays keep doing, if it's doing what you want to do, think about this here. Republicans been on this motherfucking shit for the longest. And they literally couldn't get a president to do what they fucking wanted them to do. And now that they done finally got, what do you think they gonna tell that next president? The next person that they bring in like the RNC, when they go looking for a president, what is JD Vance, or who the fuck else? They gonna put that playbook right in front of their motherfucking ass, and they gonna say, you gonna go by this motherfucker right here. And if you don't, guess what? Bitch, be gone.
Real quick, and then I got to drop out of this, but real quick, I understand what you're saying that about Trump supporters. They might not all be racist, but racism wasn't enough to dissuade them. But, and also to what Tip and I think we all agree, it's not, Trump is just a tool that they're using, that the Heritage Foundation, because it's about getting control of the institutions. It's about getting control of the Federal Reserve, the Supreme Court, the FCC, placing people in those positions of power and embedding people into these institutions within Washington for the next 50 to 100 years. And like I said, and I think we talked about this the other day on Black Slide, America is not built for shock. Americans are built for comfort. So Obama was a shock to the set. It's close what the founding fathers truly envisioned of an American where a white male can be as corrupt as he wants to be and never be held accountable for his actions. This is what the Heritage Foundation, this is what the powers that be want. They want control of the institutions. You control the institutions, you have control of the society. That's the battle, and that's the fight that I think everybody has to be the bigger picture, regardless of if it's Bernie, if it's Hillary. The fight should always be who is going to control the institutions. And with that, I got to go, guys. And good conversation today, as always. And I'll see y'all later on. I'll probably be around later today.
All right, BX.
I swear, he always drops some and then dip every time.
Yeah, I'm not in 100% disagreement, right? I think my issue is always going to be in terms of generalizations, in terms of we have to truly understand why people voted for Trump and then move it from there. A lot of people, you guys saying, well, they're not getting what they wanted, but all I've heard is they did. They got the immigration thing that they voted for. A lot of them voted for what's that other shit they always mention?
AB.
Oh, my phone dying.
AB.
But let's be real.
Another one.
A lot of them that voted
making my ice cream.
Said that's what they were voting for, and didn't think it was going to affect them until they started getting booted up out of here. And we know who we all know.
Yep. I agree. I agree with that too. A lot of people thought that it was only going to be the criminals, and it wasn't. But I'm talking about specifically the ones we speak to in this panel. that this country is still doing well financially, economically. Sorry, make my ice cream. Come on.
But see, I will agree. It's some of those that really think that they're just after certain brown people trying to get them out. When we know what the people that's really in control, what their mind is, because they've said it several times, they want it all 11 by 8 looking. I'm just saying.
But I also think when we say that we're going to back the Democratic Party, right? I think that not backing them, the saying of no matter, the famous quote they always say, back blue no matter who. I don't believe in backing blue no matter who. I don't believe in backing red no matter what he said. I think we should, each individual candidate, this is one thing I did agree with BX on, needs to fight for our vote. I do agree slightly that we are the only demographic that no matter what sways one way or the other. And I'm not saying the presidency needs to be a Republican, but we got to start swaying something in here so we can better these things. I think a lot of things that the Democrats have done a lot of great things, and I will be a Democrat for a very long time if they stay on the road they're on. But I also think that there's a lot of work to be done. And if they get a Republican who says, hey, I'm going to do this, that, and the third for Black people, like the Republicans are trying to do now with that, Fishback tried and whatever the other guy's name is. If they get someone who actually truly does it, someone like a Mamdani on their side, we're in trouble. Because Mamdani can't run for president, even though I want him to.
I agree. But you know what? People didn't want Mamdani, but he's doing a lot of the same things that Bernie wants to do, but Bernie wants to do it on a larger scale. And they were already pushing back on Mamdani. So we already knew, hell no, they wasn't going to let Bernie just take over the whole country and do what Mamdani is doing in a state.
Right. Yeah, that makes no sense either, Ms. Newman. Yeah, that makes no sense to me either. And why Bernie Bros all of a sudden are now against Mamdani. That is his protege. That also makes no sense. Sorry, hi, Miss P.
Hey, I don't know if you guys can hear me because I may have, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm sitting out here. My son is in a trap clinic today and tomorrow. So it's been dead zones off and on, which I don't understand. This is a university. But yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening in, catching up with the topic.
Okay. Con, we can't hear you. Hey, Lisa.
Miss P, did you see the prompt that I made for you?
Yeah.
Wow, he didn't even acknowledge you.
Hey, I said, hey, Lisa. When she first came up, she didn't. Nobody.
She said she hadn't seen it, Con.
I did see it. See
you
it.
saw it. Oh, okay.
Did you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a really good prompt. But the funny part about it is it kind of like I saw people jump team.
You breaking up a little bit. Say that again.
You in a bad spot.
You in a bad area. Don't worry. We're gonna get this thing going. I tried to put new grip on it. Now let me put it on. Look at that dark-skinned, beautiful Black woman right there. Miss P said she was dark-skinned last night.
Where? Dark-skinned where?
That's what I'm talking about. That redness looking right there. That's a red.
She's caramel.
Look at. No matter what.
I tried to tell her.
You still are Miss P. What did she say to us?
Did you guys see that the woman who called the little boy N-word in that park, she got convicted of disorderly conduct against an adult, which I find very weird. They're trying to say that she said it towards the dad and not the son. Well, whatever.
The dude too who was videotaping. I wonder if that was.
Yeah. Or maybe I don't. They did not convict her of disorderly conduct against a child. So she only got against an adult. She doesn't have to do jail time. It was like some probation at the community service. If she fucks up her probation, she has to do 90 days. That's about it.
But she still got that million.
Yep. You don't hear nobody complaining about that. They complain about Nolan Wells, 100,000 goddamn GoFundMe. I ain't hear them complain about that.
As many times as I done called a nigga, and I ain't never got paid for it. She said one time she make $1 million.
You made $1 million, huh? I know, cuz if I would have got $1 for calling and saying the N-word, the nigga word, I'd be rich. Because I know I said that word 1 million motherfuckers.
You will be up there with
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
You ain't lying. This bitch called.
Say nigga in his sleep.
Mother effer, because that's his
He don't snore, he say nigga. When you know how you sleep, you say, he be like, nigga.
Don't forget his other mother effer now. That's his other word.
Yeah. I gotta say, the words that come out of my mouth, I should have got paid for that shit. I ain't lying.
Go ahead, finish.
When she just came out and just called the boy N-word and got $1 million in a GoMe fund. I mean, and then get mad when what's his name? Carmelo Anthony and his people got their GoMe fund. They had a fucking them motherfuckers lost their mind and shit. And then gonna say they took the money and bought a house with it. God damn. Oh man, shut the fuck up. I wanna know what that white woman did with that $1 million. They ain't said shit.
She probably living her best life.
Living her fucking best life.
I made a video. What was the video? It was something about FBA, and a lady commented. She said I was a Democratic shield getting paid. I said, where the money at, man?
699 comes in here and says that to you all the time.
Like I said, I believe some of them are getting paid by the other side, because all I hear them saying is trying to push people to vote Republican, but they claim, oh, it's just about a lineage. Well, why are you trying to push people to vote a certain way? That's what I don't understand.
Hey, y'all. Y'all gonna laugh at this. I ain't never used the word cracker so many times until I came on this motherfucker app, y'all. I bullshit y'all not, man. The way I say cracker, before I came on this app, I ain't never saw a white person and just call them out just a cracker. Just imagine that shit. Now, y'all know y'all didn't see, I done said it in the comments, typed it up, called Ken, every white boy that I done came at, I called him a cracker. Just imagine if I'd have got paid $1. I'd have been a millionaire by now. Because I know I didn't use the word.
Please send that to me, Q.
Real fucking talk. Y'all laughing, but I'm being motherfucking real. I want my $1 million.
You laughing at my screenshot, pimping.
Look, y'all. Look. Hold up. Put me on.
Nice square. Hold on, let me fix it.
Put it on the big screen so I can show you. I'm gonna show you my cracker face.
Well, gee golly.
Okay, I'm ready. Hold on.
For real, man. Come. Like they got a little place out here with them white folks. Them white folks on the weekend, they there because they play their softball shit, right? Boy, I'd love to just go out there and just pick me, just find me one hillbilly. Cause it's one there. Motherfucker got a long, dirty ass, mangy beard. He got a motherfucking baseball cap, dirty, dingy than a motherfucker. He looked dirty and dingy. I'ma just walk up to him and just say, "What's up, cracker?" And see if I can get me $1 million motherfucking dollars, dog. Real talk. This bitch got paid $1 million for calling a child a nigga. I mean, when that shit happened, man.
Wait, Wait, Con, turn them back off real quick. Hold on.
You need to make that face when you do it now.
Oh, I can do it. I forgot.
Y'all playing around, but for real, man.
I just want to say, how do I turn these comments off? Okay, FBA has taken over his time, his finances, his peace, and his purpose. Mind you, Con, I didn't put none of this in. ChatGPT listed this themselves. It also told ChatGPT gave you advice of what you could be doing.
Help Con get help for his obsession with everything.
I'm mad he put the Amazon boxes.
Yeah, like
now in his defense, Q, there be people on the FBA panels bringing up his name, and I heard it. I've heard them.
Yep, they be bringing you up, Con. Hey, man, they be bringing
because
you
he
up.
go in there and be he was going in there months ago trolling them in the comments and on the panel.
Yeah, he trolled them on the panel and in the comments. That's why.
But they come over here and do the same thing.
Yeah, they come over here though too.
In response to him, though, this is because of Con. Con started this. I used to click on Con's bubble months ago. He over there arguing. I'm like, Con, get down. Like, what are you doing? Get down.
And then he pisses him. But hey, Q. But Q, he pisses him off. He pisses him off, Q. Like he literally go over there just to tick these motherfuckers off, man.
And this how he sit at his computer too, right, making this prompt for the right after.
Mm-hmm.
I should have uploaded a picture so that you could have got your skin tone right.
That ain't too far off, though. That ain't too far off. It kind of looks like me a little bit.
But I do want to say though, since AI is starting to pull up FBA, it's not pulling it from these lives, right? It's probably pulling it from the websites that are being created, the Reddits that this conversation is in, as well as probably Facebook and Instagram, anything that has like written form. So I would argue that this is going to continue to get bigger. Because ChatGPT don't even pull. I think it might pull me now. I gotta type my name in, but it's hard to even get it to pull like realtors or businesses sometimes. So the fact that it's pulling that means there's a lot of online chatter.
That's funny. Look, it got Shirley Chisholm in there. She wouldn't be considered.
It got Malcolm X.
You see, I'm obsessed with it. I'm just looking. I'm looking for the flaws.
And then they got all the books, Black Wall Street, Power of Ownership, Financial Freedom, The Blueprint.
Ain't got Powernomics in there. You gotta have Claude Anderson Powernomics. Oh man, that is.
Why isn't Tariq Nasheed in there?
Because he's not the leader, and it's not a movement.
But he coined it.
It's a lineage.
And I don't know if this is a logo that they've used. I mean, we always use the fist pound, but ChatGPT came up with this as well. I didn't put none of this in. All I put was make me a change.org photo that says help Con get help from his obsession with FBA, with FBA meaning Foundational Black Americans. That's all I put.
But I seen a FBA dude. His name is Black. I think it's Black Alpha Network. He had the fist, but his fist was in red, white, and blue, and it said FBA on it. I was just like, "What the?"
Yeah. Well, I mean, the fist is something we all use. Even
but it was a Black Power fist, and he had it wrapped in red, white, and blue. I just was like, "Wow,
oh yeah,
this is crazy. This FBA shit is crazy."
Is it because the red, white, and blue is on there? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, yeah. Because think about remember when the Black Power fist was actually raised back in the day, and even at the Olympics. I guess it kind of did represent America.
I mean, think about it. Think about it. I mean, I don't understand how we represent America. We play their sports. We run on their track teams. We serve in their military, and somehow we're not supposed to be that. Like that's what we are.
No,
yeah. But it also the fist itself. While we coned, I will claim it as ours. You do know it started before us, right? People started using it before us. It was actually initially for anti-fascism. Just a fun fact. It was in the 1930s in Europe. And that's why when the people took over, I think in Nepal, I think it was that country or another country that took over their government, they also had the fist symbol with obviously different colors, but it's more so of a resistance type of statement. We adopted it though.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought it came from. Like when dude put his fist up at the Olympics, I can't remember the year, but it was almost against the government. You know what I'm saying? Like a standing up against the government.
Now, who are you trying to give credit for this? What dude that did?
And that
they were like track athletes.
The track Olympians, they played in, I can think of the actual runner's name.
Yeah,
and when they stood up on the box to receive their medals, that was the pose, historical pose.
Oh, that's probably what 1970s Ursula Khan. So
yeah, I'll tell you. Hold on.
One more time, Q. One more time. My old ass home.
No, but that's history there. Like that's a historical picture. Yeah,
but it meant like standing up against the system, and it ruined their careers.
That's exactly what it was.
Oh, it's kind of like kneeing on one knee.
Yeah,
and
it was kind of like that. Exactly.
It was the reason they did it is because we can go fight, we can go run your Olympics, but y'all still treat us like we're nobody, because they still didn't have. I think they were just really getting rights at that time.
But that's what I think. And the Olympics was a perfect stage. The world was seeing it, so yeah. But that's what I
Hello. 1968. Oh, I was close.
Tommy Smith and John Carlos, 1968. Summer Olympics.
Wow.
1968.
1968 was a very crazy year. 68, 67, man.
So how do you even remember it? How do you remember it?
Because it was the summer of love. I like history, Q, all right?
Actually, the summer of love.
Fucking watch documentaries. Great. Yes.
Bon.
Yes, Miss Lisa.
Meet me at the mall.
At the mall?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Cumberland.
Okay, I ain't get paid this weekend, so it's on you. And y'all heard it. She said meet her at the mall. She invited me, right?
They were protesting racial discrimination. And that's what it's always been, in representation that I can recall.
Well, before that, but like I said, before that, it was for anti-fascism, workers' trade, and that's within the U.S. and in Europe. That fist was used for those things. We adopted it, yes, and now it's known for us. But before then, it was those things.
Yeah, I can kind of attest to that, I guess. But we coined it here in America. That's all we care about.
I just said in America as well. It was used for anti-fascist group as well as Europe. You're not listening to me.
Oh, I thought it was.
I guess you could say we put on a global on this like TV
worldwide.
Yeah, like because it was by smaller groups. Oh, so.
Maybe we should do a prompt about that. 1968, 1967.
But was it the black fist?
It was remember he had on the glove. He had on the glove. He had on
a black glove.
Yeah, he had on a black.
No, that's what it's the raised fist has been.
Yeah, she's just saying the raised fist period. It was used. I can remember.
Like this symbol here, though. That's what I'm talking about. This raised fist, how we turned this into how it's now a symbol. It has always been a symbol for a long time. Yes, we adopted it from them. The Black Panthers specifically adopted it from probably your example, as well as a few activist groups that were using it before. And they,
Q's technically right. We don't like that, but she's right.
FBI don't like it either. Don't worry.
I don't see how they don't like Q, man, or Miss P. They was even coming at Miss P in the live I was in the other day.
And that other guy live, they was coming. They kept saying I was an immigrant because I disagreed. I said this is the problem with y'all. That boy, Doctor, I can't believe Dr. Nujah made a video. Mention me in his video.
What?
Yes, Con, you didn't see it? Let me get my iPad.
Either way, it remains a universal emblem of resistance, solidarity, and social justice. So yeah, it wouldn't. I see what you're talking about, Con. You're talking about, them using it because of what it stands for.
Right.
Because, yeah.
Hey, who's that girl? I'm sorry. I thought I replied back. Oh, Man, it's so much. You know what I've been doing, man? I done got so deep into the FBA rabbit hole. I done been looking up Indian.
And you annoying the rest of us. Shit.
I got this video. It's like 6 hours. All these Indian tribes. It's like 194 tribes, and the few that I've seen have no like black people. I mean, it has some dark skinned people, but no black people so far, or any customs that we
From
do,
what
like
year? Con, you gotta let it go. The black people, we're black people,
why black people
in tribes. I want to let you know that.
Many though, Q, especially the ones that man.
They kidnapped us during the Cherokees and others, right? And even before then, we were used as pawns and leverage and property on all fronts. So of course, if the white man was graping us, you think them Indians wasn't either?
I just don't think
so. Oh
so.
My God.
Not you.
Yeah, Lisa's ancestors was the one doing the graping. Now, go ahead, Con.
I don't think it was in a mass like that, like a big number. No.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it's a big number.
That part.
That's what I need to find out, how many slaves.
Yeah, I don't agree with the big number aspects. If like I'm African, I mean I come from African heritage, right? I understand that, and I think there are FBAs who do understand that too. People like, and I love her, but Pink, who say she's Indian, who they say she's just Indian. I don't know what it is. I think they're running away from the African word or something like that because of the propaganda that we were fed. Like I do agree with that. Like but there are many people who are FBA, quote unquote, who also say they know they come from African descendants. However, as you've been seeing on your live recently, Con, with that woman who her name was Africa, we clearly are not the same. Can we? Okay.
I've literally heard some of these people on these FBA panels, invite people from Africa, then talking about, oh, y'all running around here and with dirty feet, living in the huts and all this other stuff. And I was like, what in the world is going on? I'm like,
they do be dog walking.
You want to hear the video?
I see what you did there, Tip. Every time we bring up something that they be doing to us, is these pro-immigrant people, they always gonna give an example about what we doing today.
Con just sit there on mute. He don't even jump in and say. I was in the comments one time. You have people on this panel talking about when that woman said that immigrants come and they say these things about Black Americans, and she wasn't saying it as an anti-immigrant. She was just saying like stating stuff. They jumped on her. Well, it's because you guys bullied us when we were here. Con just sitting there smirking like a Chester's cat.
People that I'm talking about, when I was watching the panel, didn't even get a chance to say anything out their mouth. They was just sitting there, trying to actually say, we're not against y'all. We don't feel, and then they just started calling these people just names. And I was like, what? I said, well, why invite people on that if you're just gonna try to sit there and demean?
For the fans.
It's crazy.
It don't be the line, it be the troll, like
right.
Fans
and I was like, but the statements that people were saying, I was like, clearly they think that all of Africa looks, a certain way, and that's the part I don't understand.
But I do think. Sorry about that, Tip. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying that I do think us as Black Americans need to start addressing microaggressions, because either you guys don't know what microaggressions are, like the examples of them, or what that looks like, because they can be so microaggressive towards you guys, and you guys will like totally ignore it. And the first time a Black American says something that's like that, y'all like, everybody starts getting uproar, upset, mad, and everything. I'm thinking, oh my gosh. Did y'all not hear what they said to you? Q picks it up all the time. Lovely is starting to pick it up. They do a lot of microaggressions.
You said what?
I don't know what microaggressions are.
Give us an example.
So
go ahead. No, you got a better example. I couldn't think of it.
No. I was just thinking as a whole. So and I hate when people ask for something, it's hard to really go there.
No,
I explained to Alki the other day that if we're talking about something that's, because her and we talk back and forth on voice messages in the DMs for about 45 minutes right after the live, because she wanted an understanding of what went wrong. And so I told her, I was like, if we're here
and we're talking about an incident that has happened here in the United States, right? And we're all supposed to be on the same team because they say we're all Black, right? You took the opportunity to talk about your Caribbean culture and you put it in a space of superiority, as if you guys raise children better there, you do things better there, and you even said that that's the reason why our children are the way they are. My point is this. Well, you can't agree. You can't agree because you don't know every Black American. And to do that, and I told her, I said, did anybody say, oh, your culture is X, Y, Z or whatever, or we didn't do that. We were talking about an issue here. So that was your opportunity to stay here, not bring up how your culture is better. And they do that a lot. And a lot of people don't even pick it up. It'll be something like, it'll be something random like, we're talking about a topic and they'll insert something in there to somehow say that our education system is not as great as them or they've been educated. And I'm like, well, Black Americans have been educated also too.
Her out on that. I was saying exactly that, what you're saying. So I definitely saw all the microaggressions that she was coming, because I was telling her, I said, we're talking about a situation happened here, and she kept referencing how they do things over there. And that's what I kept clarifying to her. So yeah, I know microaggressions when I see them, because I be sitting here just peeping the scene a lot of times.
It's not you it's not you at all, Miss Davis. Like, even if you don't say anything, I be seeing your comments. It's Con. Let's call it out. It's a man. It's always a man. Con, like I gave you an example earlier, Con, right? When I told you were just sitting there smiling like a Chester's cat. And another example is when someone said that Black Americans didn't do nothing for 400 years. Respectfully, I don't give a fuck where you come from, but you're not gonna be. And it's one of your friends. It's actually one of your friends, Miss P, mentioned. So, she said that, and you sitting right here. How you sitting now? Yeah, that's why you gotta start paying attention. Okay. It wasn't, but not all jokes aside. It's not just you, but other Black people on the panel. They didn't flinch at that, right? Because they agreed with everything else she said, and that's my problem. Because I'm quick to come off the mic and say, "Hey, while I agree with this part of what you said, hold on now about this part. I just did it with pimping." Because that's how we have discourse.
And so Q, it also goes along with the fact that when you hear like Blagga or Black conservatives, those like when you hear like Blagga or you hear like Black conservatives say, the Democratic Party rides for the immigrants, right? And even though I think that that's an over exaggeration, but when I sit on panels and see the reaction from Pimp, from Tony, from the BX, from My Black World, I mean, you guys lose it. Like, Khan doesn't do all of that, but y'all lose it. It gets so weird how the level of losing it. Y'all start screaming, yelling, and I'm thinking in my head, this is weird. This is weird. But then when they do the microaggression, nothing, quiet in the church mind. And I'll be sitting back and watching. I just don't say nothing. I just don't say nothing.
Or they tell us that we need to just not pay attention to it and this, that, and third, and don't acknowledge it. Like, what their famous thing is like, oh, I just let it go, right? But then when we do it to them, then everybody wants to jump on us. I think that's my issue I have. I get disrespect when people are in every group, but call it out when it happens. Don't just back them up because you agree with them. That's not weird, Con?
I think it's more of like a pity thing. Like, I feel like it's like almost like, like people say white saviors when it comes to like Black Americans or Black people, Black whatever. I feel like that for Black Americans, that's where it's at. It's a level of, I don't know if it's like some hidden guilt, if it's some sort of like needing to save them or feeling like, but I don't think I don't know. I can't speak. I hate to get in people's headspace, but I would like to know for the ones who run their blood pressure up to way beyond levels that they need their blood pressure medication. What is that?
Y'all should have been with me and Ms. K yesterday over there on Cons.
No, Tip. No, Tip. I was serious about that. That wasn't rhetorical. I wanted Pimp to explain to me, and maybe Khan, even though he doesn't run his levels up to that level, like, what do you think it is?
I don't think people paying attention, Con, so you're on your own.
Just give me an idea of what you think. It doesn't have to be right, but what is your gut?
I think a lot of people might not recognize it, though. Like they just think.
What is I'm supposed to recognize? I'm trying to figure this out because I was too busy doing something else. But
you want me to explain it again, Pimp?
Yeah, explain to me again. Because you said something about running up somebody's blood pressure.
Yes. So I feel like there could be microaggressions from the Black immigrant community, right? And you guys would like breeze by it. I don't even know if you guys are picking it up. I don't know what it is, right? And it'll be real simple, but it'll be thrown into the conversation. But as soon as a Black American says something against a Black immigrant, you guys go to 100, your blood pressure goes up. And I'm like, is it that you feel some sense of guilt, or you feel like how they call the white liberal, white tea saviors? Are you guys immigrant saviors? I mean, I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
I mean, when it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's bad enough we got to deal with the white community. Why should we have to be dealing with it in our own fucking community? Why are we against one another? I don't understand that. But don't you think that's cause for a person to get upset?
You didn't answer my question. That's not answering my question, because what you did was, again, throw us all in the same pot and say that I said microaggression that comes from the Black immigrant, right? But when Black Americans say something, you guys' pressure goes up. Why is it that you're on the Black immigrant side a lot more than the Black Americans?
Because you motherfuckers be spewing hatred, and that's not what our people is about. Our people is about uplifting each other. We have never been about pulling each other down as a culture.
I'm talking about on this panel. I don't know what you dealt with on the FBA panel, and I know you may be new here on this panel. So on this panel, I don't spew hatred, and I'm not xenophobic. I just simply just say that we are different, and they flip out.
I think people might not.
So you didn't answer my question. Back to Pam.
You know what I think it is too, Miss P? It's almost like a punching down. It's like, I think people might not address it because they think that it really doesn't affect them like it should. But we should address. But we should put it in check. You know what I mean? Like them saying them little things, but like it's almost like a kid talking about an adult. But you should check that kid too.
Oh, so y'all see them as. So y'all see them as children, and y'all hold us more accountable.
It's almost like
this is getting bad.
No, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's almost like playing the kid in basketball. That little shit ain't go, and it don't really mean nothing. But like, I think coming from us, we have a higher standard because it might be.
Okay, so that's xenophobic. That's xenophobic.
Wait a minute. No.
You're doing a bad job, Cut.
No, I'm not. Listen, it might be a problem with us thinking that we should know better. Like Black Americans should know better than the
you
Black
hold us to a higher standard.
Yes, thank you.
And I disagree with that, because then, not to sound conservative, but then when the conservatives say that you being Democrat, we fight for more immigrants, right? And we ignore the shit that they say about us. That's proven to be true based on you saying you hold us to a higher standard. Because at the same time, if we're talking about what I've always stated, if we're talking about working together, that is going to require Black Americans and Black Caribbeans to say, put our differences aside and literally work together. But also, we have to acknowledge the differences. You don't just throw it in the back of the head.
Yeah,
we acknowledge that Nigerians and Jamaicans and Haitians and Brazilians and everybody else down there, and Lisa and everybody else down there are different, right? And we acknowledge that and we embrace it. And I'm still going to. There's a Jamaican farm 15 minutes away from me. I just found out about, and I will be there this weekend. So I think they not representing all, but those who do push back who are Caribbean need to come and do the same thing. Like, acknowledge that I'm American.
And I would love, Con, I would love to be the fly on a horse's ass when Q's standing over there smiling in their face, but be on the FBA panel talking shit about them and shit.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually never on that FBA panel talking shit about Jamaican.
I'd be love to be there on that horse's ass now.
No, hold up. Now y'all see this? This is an example. What he just did was an example. That was a prime example. He flipped it to try to see like we're antagonizing them when I never talk about them at all. I never say anything negative about them.
But Miss P, hold up.
No.
Why?
I haven't said anything to antagonize.
Talking about, but Miss P,
Deuce, what are you talking about? Go on mute. I don't even know what you're fussing about.
You just mentioned the immigrants. You broke them up.
Hold on. I spoke about no. Let me let this political gangster the pipe down real quick. He's clearly not keeping up with the conversation. You're not keeping up with the conversation. You're not keeping up. You're not keeping up.
Let her respond, and then you got the floor back.
But hold up. She was responding to me and you, Con, not answering her question. But that's my point I was trying to make, though, Miss P. You may not say it, but it's almost if you be implying, right? That
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Well,
I'm
your
so
implications.
confused.
That's what I'm. But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
No, Con.
No, he's talking about
disrespect towards Jamaica. I'm trying to explain that like that's what I'm saying. And that's what
I've never been disrespectful to a Jamaican. What are you guys talking about?
Let him finish. I think.
But he's lying.
He's
lying. Point blank. He said that when I speak, it is implied, which means he's saying that when I speak, I'm implying those behavior, which means he's lying. Period.
He's talking about our behavior, though.
No,
he's not.
He said,
I thought he was talking about our behavior. How we respond to the people.
No, he said, Miss P, when you speak, it is implied. That's what you're saying. That's what he said.
I don't think it's though. I mean, I want him to elaborate.
You tried.
Can we elaborate?
I can't elaborate. I can't explain nothing because again,
it's a lie.
Right? Okay, come on, again, Miss P, I'm just trying to speak, right? And again, if I am speaking in wrong, right? If I am speaking wrongfully, then I will apologize. Right, Miss P? Because you ought to know, me and you, we can say some harsh things toward one another, and if I get it wrong, I'll apologize, Miss P. But I can't say what I want to say if I'm not allowed to say it. I keep getting cut off. And the only thing I'm trying to say is this here, right? When me and Con, we're a defender of the Black community. Whether you over on the other side of that water, or if you here in America, or if you over there in the Indies, if you Jamaican, if you West Indies, if you're Haitian, if maybe you're a Black Mexican, somewhere down the line, if you got Black blood in you, me and Con, we are defenders of that. Now, some people on these panels, and I may be implying it the wrong way, but there are some Black people on this panel tend to feel like if you're not from America, born or raised, maybe if you're not all the way back in 1865, y'all implications are you're not foundational Black American. You're not African, and you might not be an African descendant because you're implying that your heritage say that you're 100% American. You didn't come from the African.
I'm not trying to be real quick, but you're not really being fair in the conversation to continue to go. I'm trying to be polite, but but when
you don't like my answers.
No. It's not that. It's just that you're going on and on and on. You're skipping topic.
Though. But you get, and that's because I tried to make my point is, me and Con, we're defending the Black community no matter where you from. Y'all defending y'all heritage, y'all lineage. And that's the problem that, we having a difference of an opinion. And that's why you brought that shit up earlier.
Okay, so here's where I'm at with it. One, to say that when I speak about Black people are global, right? And I've said it a million times, Black people are global. You have the Black immigrant, you have the African American, which I consider the African immigrant who's now an American, right? You cannot erase their history, their culture, and you cannot erase the Black Americans' history and culture. We are not the same. We're all Black. And I've said this a million times already. So there is no implication in that. That is straightforward in what it is that I'm saying. I don't understand what it's going to take for you guys to truly understand what it is that I'm saying, but I guess I'm speaking French at this point. It just does not make sense to me at all. There's nothing xenophobic about what I'm saying. Now, Khan has called somebody an immigrant, and Pimpin has called somebody immigrant, and Tone has called somebody immigrant out of anger in the middle of a debate. Took me back with xenophobia, but I'm the xenophobic person. You guys have never heard me do anything like that at all. If anything, when I come on panels, I speak the same rhetoric, I say the same thing, and I believe that we all as Blacks should stand on business. Doesn't matter where you're from. That's where I stand at. So I don't know what you're talking about implication. If anything, I'm implying that you guys are more xenophobic than I am, and I'll land there.
I don't know about that.
But that's what I'm saying.
Wow.
I thought I was on mute. I'm sorry, I thought I was on mute.
Yeah.
You know, I'm messing. I knew I wasn't on mute. I'm just joking.
Yeah, I agree with Miss P. Respectfully, I've stated multiple times I do not agree with the xenophobia. I also have stated that I love all my Black people, and I will continue to fight for Black people, but both sides have to understand that there is a difference and you can't disrespect each side. I've also always stated that in order to come together, we have to literally listen to each other and understand our differences and agree that we are different and move on. So I think respectfully, a lot of y'all not talking points, but a lot of y'all opinions right now are coming from the conversation you've had with other FBA that trolls Khan, and Khan trolls them back, because me and Miss P have not said anything like that, and we get hate from both sides. We get hate from you guys who just like FBA. No, but similar to, like, not hate, but I mean, like, we get pushback. Maybe that's a better word. We get pushback from you guys, and we get pushback from them staunch, crazy people.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I don't think that, just because someone brings up FBA, because if we know what your stance is, that doesn't mean that we're referring to you. That means that some people do it, but that doesn't mean you do it. And I think people, just hear the word FBA, so you got to be lumping everybody in the group. But I don't think that's where we're going.
Sorry.
I don't think that that's where we're going. I think we're all in agreement over here.
So Tip, but I do find it ridiculous. But Tip, I do find it ridiculous that you guys spend most of your time talking about a very small percentages of the FBA when there's more FBA who are not like that. It's almost like an obsession with an 8% or something like that, versus there's a whole big percentage that is not even like that. And those people are rarely spoke about. You only talk about the 8%. So therefore you have Black Americans walking around here like, I ain't Black American, I'm not FBA, because of the fact that you talk about the negative more than the positive. And I think we need to do a better job on that. And what I also notice is there's favoritism on this panel, because when Fafo was up here earlier and she was talking about eating cats, dogs, and ducks and things being missing and not being able to find them, and then Lovely said what she said, nobody ain't say nothing. But had I had said that the few times I've been on the panel talking about FBA, y'all lose it on me saying that we're not the same. If I would have said that, oh my God, I think y'all would have dropped me. And
we knew she was being facetious when she was saying that.
Yeah, she was being
she was saying in a facetious way, Miss B.
Absolutely not.
You think Fafa was serious when she was talking about the
Lovely said to Tone, hey, I literally just said this, Tone, and now that Perry's saying this, I think that's her name, you are getting an attitude. What is the problem? I literally just said that, and you said nothing to me. Did y'all hear that conversation today, or did y'all miss it?
Yeah, but you said Fafa too. When Fafa was talking, she was being
no, she said, okay, so are y'all saying that
what she was saying about the ducks being gone by the Asian people? You don't think that was a trope? And she was being facetious? You didn't
Did you ask her?
Yes, I said you were being facetious all day. She said she was laughing. You didn't hear that?
So if someone was to say that about the Haitians who was FBA, would you take it as a joke or facetious?
I didn't see.
I wasn't here, so I can't say how Fafa said it, but
No, I didn't know. I didn't know if she was serious or not because she was saying something about the ducks. I don't know, and I can always ask her. We have a close relationship. I don't know if she was or not. I just know that nobody reacted. Y'all went on and y'all continued talking, and Lovely jumped in, and so I didn't know what was going on. That's why I wrote in the comments. That's why I wrote in the comments. I was like, I'm confused right now. Where did I walk into?
The Haitian guy. Okay, it was a Haitian guy on a panel, right? And the Haitian guy was he was basically explaining about the Ohio, the spring, because he even used Springfield. He said the word Springfield, Ohio, right? And he basically was trying to say that he got a friend. Like this nigga ain't even from Springfield, Ohio. He was saying his best friend lives in Springfield, Ohio, right? And was saying that he know people, Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, actually eating cats and dogs. Like that, he was basically saying that point. So then Fafa started saying, because she from Florida, and she was saying, like, she was bringing up the part about, do y'all know that when the immigrants, meaning I'm assuming she's probably saying the Cubans and the Hispanics, that y'all ain't noticed that the cats and the ducks are actually missing in the ponds and the lakes here in Florida. So
she said they were talking about it. She said they used to talk about it.
Let me finish what she basically, her point was that nobody was bringing up when the Cubans and the Mexicans moved in the neighborhoods and the cats and the dogs was literally, and the ducks was missing. But y'all.
So she wasn't joking? I'm confused now. Are you saying she was joking or for real?
Like the joke was, how come y'all not bringing up the cats and the dogs missing when the Hispanics moved in the neighborhood, but y'all gonna bring it up when the Haitians move in the neighborhood? That's what she was facetious. That's what she was being facetious about.
Okay.
I think, well, based on what when I heard Pimpin say, once again I was here, that sounds more like she was bringing up how people always criticize Black immigrants and not the others. So she, yeah, it doesn't seem on a serious. I mean, it seems on a serious note though, Connor. It's not facetious.
Because she did say that the Haitians were enslaved, and I know Ben was on the panel. She would say, even ask Ben, the Haitians did enslave also too. And then we talked about the cat. You talked about the Asians coming, and it was a thing in Florida where the ducks were starting to leave. So I probably was confused. I did write in the comments. I did write in the comments that I was confused. Like I said, what did I walk into? Like, what's happening right now? So yeah, so that helps. I appreciate you guys letting me know.
I have a question for you, Ms. P. Right. So my question for you is, right, I hear your what you said about how people jump on FBA and all that, right? But now my question to you is, if you are not aligning yourself with the rhetoric that these FBA members are pushing, why don't y'all that are claiming to be FBA correct the wrong rhetoric that is being spewed? Instead, y'all allow these people to come up on these panels and give y'all community, y'all people, a bad look. Because none of them come up with no factual evidence on anything they say, right? You got motherfuckers that's FBA talking about a motherfucking portal in Grand Canyon that you can get to Africa in with no proof of it. You got, like, it's just so much shit that's been said on these apps by FBA members, right? Then my second half of my question to you is, how come I don't hear you getting on these platforms to your FBAers asking them why would they stand and support a man like Trump who is literally taking everything from us? But yet and still you could come up here and ask us questions about the immigrants when there's way more important shit going on in our life. This fucking white man is taking everything from us, and FBA has done nothing to take a stance against it. In the beginning, it was all about reparation. Well, we fight for reparation. But then when Trump said he wasn't giving you motherfuckers reparation, I ain't seen none of y'all pick up arms against that. FBA members is on this motherfucking panel talking down on Nolan Wells and the other young man that got his motherfucking life shortened by some white tea people. They're making excuses for the shit that's going on in the world today, with black people being strange fruited and all. I've heard FBA's made excuses for that, but I don't hear none of the FBA so-called people that saying they stand with us, the community, and they're not on the xenophobic bullshit. I don't hear y'all having a voice against them FBA members that's saying them shits and doing those things that's making y'all look bad. You can't come up and ask us why we have the vitriol we have towards FBA. You have to start to look at what's going on with inside your circle and start doing something to correct it before you can come up here and ask us why we always attacking y'all, because all y'all do is attack everyone, even Black Americans. A Black American, I went to fucking Tariq Nasheed page to try to have a conversation with him, and the first thing he said, because I don't agree with his rhetoric, I gotta be an immigrant. Little do he know, James Peoples, my uncle, who invented the color TV tube, who was part of chattel slavery. Like, so I felt very offended for that man to say that, because my family got history here in America. And this is what FBA does consistently. But I don't hear you, as a member that don't stand with that bullshit, saying anything against them. So until you can do that, I don't think you can come up and say anything about having any vitriol towards FBA.
Let me get him. Let me get him now. Let me get him. Let me get him. Let me know when you're done.
Hold on.
Pip.
Let her get her. She said she got it.
Hold on.
No. That's between him and I. Pimp, what does this have to do? Pimp, what does this have to do with you? No, Pimp, it's my turn. He's speaking to me. He's speaking to me directly. It's my turn.
But hold on. What I want to say is this here.
Why are you interjecting? Why are you interjecting yourself? That's not your place. That's not your place, Pimp. No, Pimp. You just don't. No, Pimp. He said you didn't say that.
Hold on. All I'm trying to say is
you got this shit coming. You didn't mute him up.
Let her get it.
You didn't mute him up. Don't do that. Don't do that. You didn't mute him up. This is the question.
I would like a response to that. I definitely wait for response.
They keep muting me. This is bullshit. This is what this is. So, thank you. So this is a prime example of what I'm talking about. You came in and you attacked in that moment, right? Because you felt like somehow you knew me. And then somebody in the comments were hyping you up by giving you gifts. And that person somehow thought they knew me. I don't care what panel I go to, FBA, cons panel, wherever I'm at. Anytime FBA is brought up, and Khan would tell you that prompt he had today was because of me, because I'm constantly saying, go in the room and tell those people there is more of us who voted for VP Harris that stand on business. It's not about xenophobia, that are FBA, and we're proud FBAs, and we need to be louder. And I say it all the time. So anybody who knows me on this damn panel knows already I don't stand with that bullshit of 8%, 5%, or whatever the fuck their percentage is. It's not enough for them. It's not enough, sir. And so if you're upset about an 8%, you need to go find you something better to do with your life. Take your shoes off, get in the grass, and ground your fucking energy. Because what I'm trying to tell you is that is not. No.
I'm taking a fight against the
I said nothing when you talk. I said nothing when you were talking. So what you need to do is not act like you know me and know that I stand for Black people, period. But am I different? Absolutely. I'm a Black American, and you're not going to just say we all should just be African, and you shouldn't say that the African should just be Black. That's not cool. They have their own custom, culture, food, and everything, just like us. And I embrace that. And I hope that you understand my perspective when I land this plane. So no, if you're upset about an 8%, I'm sorry that 8% is bothering you. But I know other FBAs who are not like that at all. And I'm not going to sit up here and waste time with a fucking 8% when there's a higher percentage of Black Americans who are not like that. And any chance I get to go on their panels, right? I don't go there as much as I used to. I used to go there all the time. They've dined on me. Like Q said, they've dropped me from panels, and I'm an FBA. But because I've gone up and said, I don't agree with the xenophobia. I don't understand why you guys have to insult. Why does this have to be this way? So when you speak on people, follow me a little bit more before you base a damn opinion about somebody you don't even know. And I'll land there.
Yeah, boy. Correct you. I didn't base an opinion. I didn't just speak about you. I said people like yourself. I wasn't just speaking about you. So what if you took it as a direct attack? That's just something you have to deal with because, you know, a hit dog holler. But what I said is people like you. Why aren't people like yourself who are against the xenophobic not speaking out against the FBAs? If it's more of y'all than it is of them, why aren't we hearing more of y'all speak up and have a voice and drown out the noise that is being made on these apps, right? Because I have a 70-year-old son who's listening to this rhetoric and believing in this bullshit. I have an 8-year-old son who came to me the other day and asked me if he's FBA or black. And I don't want my son growing up with no hatred towards anyone that's black and standing with white supremacy, because that's what these people are doing. And if you took that as an attack on you, that's personal, because a hit dog's gonna holler. But I never mentioned you per se. I asked you a question about it. That was it.
Thank you, my brother.
Wait, no, because that's a lie. To be fair, that's a lie. He literally said, I don't hear you. Hold on.
You are full of shit.
He literally said, I don't hear you going around and correcting your people. That is
people like you.
I think he might have said people like you and you. I think he said
no. He said you. He said
nobody. Why the fuck is it when I speak, all y'all feel like y'all gotta speak?
I was about to say, hold on, let Q speak. Calm down, Q.
It's because I'm younger?
Yes.
Don't make me go get my voice changer.
Yeah, you should.
Hey, I'll
make
sound
the voice
like
a little
Tom.
deep. Whoa, what's that mean?
The voice changer. Anyway. Payne's new too. All right, let me finish. But I want to say respectfully, sir, you did say you, right? And you did said, I don't hear you correcting your people. And then you also said like you afterwards though, but you did personalize it a little bit, which is why she responded, right? And I think I kind of think respectfully that it did go over your head a little bit when he talks about other people who voted for Kamala Harris being FBA as a lineage, because you're thinking of it as a group. You just stated as yourself, you have someone in your lineage who also goes back to chattel slavery. So you, by definition, would be FBA. So you also can speak up louder.
I'm Black American. I'm African American. I do not claim to be FBA and do not put that motherfucker.
Bro, we gotta let everybody finish though.
No, he's fine. He's fine. It's fine. I'm done. Go ahead. It was Peyton and Percy.
Peyton, how you doing?
As long as them fellas stand with white supremacy. I'm sorry, I can never be an FBA. I'm a Black African American.
We got you, man.
Who stand for something.
We gotta let other people get in though. We appreciate the passion. No, Peyton. State age and what's your favorite? State age and what's your favorite black rap music song? I mean your favorite rap song, rather. I'm sorry.
Oh, I really don't have a favorite rap song, but I do have a lot of rappers that I do have a playlist that I was a major influence in, honestly.
Sorry, you need some Wi-Fi. You gotta fix your Wi-Fi, sir. You breaking up a little bit.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, to answer the question that I was just asked, 45. Originally born and raised in Jamaica. I live here in the United States. I live in Washington.
Okay. So you're gonna go music. Okay. Oh, Washington State.
That was my next question.
Okay. What would you like to add to the convo?
I hear a lot of interesting conversation being had. Miss P is right about certain things. We're not all the same, but that's not a bad thing, because our individuality is what makes us special. You feel what I'm saying? But we do have a lot in common, and we do have a common denominator in what's our common oppressor. You feel me? I also agree with that young man that just came on with his passion, because on a panel like this is where I can really engage an FBA with respectful discourse. If I go on an FBA panel,
you went out.
Me and him. Oh, okay.
He's not saying, hey, that is kind of
hold on, my brother.
Why are you saying that to him?
You went out
so I've never been on a panel. Not to say that Miss P has been on those panels. Not to say that Miss.
Hold on, my brother. You need to go back at least 45 seconds.
Yeah, you went out for a sec.
You went out for 45 seconds and then you came back in. That's why I muted you, Paige.
Maybe he's still going out.
Yeah, you still going and you muted right now. You was going in and out, my brother.
Okay, unmute him and see if it's
I just tried.
I tried to. So he's not right. Well, we can go to Percy for now, I guess.
Go ahead, Percy.
Ain't too much. You know what?
Oh,
I'll just keep it short.
Can y'all hear me?
Most of the
we can't. Yeah.
Okay, you go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Paige. Go ahead. Paige, you there?
All right, you gotta have to wait till after.
You feel what I'm saying?
Bro, it's like you going in and out.
Yeah, you might want to drop and just come back. Drop and try and come back because it seemed like you going in and out. But come back for sure, man. This is the place for a civil FBA Discord, right, Q?
Yes. Go ahead, Percy.
We live here rent free.
Rent free.
Rent free. We got our feet up and everything, you know.
Go ahead, Percy.
Yeah. But I think respectfully, Deuce, you might have to reset your algorithm. You know, because if you constantly keep going certain rooms,
come on, just let him finish, man. Come on, man. We gotta let it be. Just let him get it out, man. We let you get it out. You gotta let everybody get it out. Go ahead.
But yeah, and like you say, I hear rooms with on both sides. I see with some of the immigrants, they host saying they returning that energy. They got their own rooms. You know, it's just like. You gotta understand what content some of these content creators are. They just trying to get their coins up in some cases, you know, and you gotta take it for what it is. You know, don't be too invested one way or the other. That's how I look at it. That's all I gotta say.
Be too invested? What do you mean? Hey, bro, man, I spent 46 years of my life. Well, actually, let me correct that. At least 36 years of my life fighting for my people, right? So one thing I'm not gonna do is turn a blind eye to my people being a problem. I'm not that type of nigga. If you my friend and we fucking with each other and I know you doing some bullshit, I'm gonna call you on that bullshit. I'm not gonna just let it ride because you trying to make some dollars. All money ain't good money. And in the midst of these niggas making their coins, they're making it cool and okay for white supremacists to keep unaliving our kids. And we don't have an issue with that as a whole. I'm not supposed to speak out against the shit that's going on in this country when I see our kids are being attacked by white supremacists, and then turn around and got to come to these panels and hear other black people who know what oppression look like, feel like, and taste like, and everything else, sit there and support the oppressor and say, oh, it's not all about race, when it's clearly been about race. Because if it wasn't about race, why the fuck is a black man keep coming up unalive amongst white people? Or FBA always pointing the finger.
But you think FBA is the cause of that, though?
For the shit that's going on in our community.
And not to mention those same FBA members, they address those things.
It sounds like he talking about MAGA.
White supremacy, the underlying issue that they all have in common.
But that's MAGA. Like that, respectfully, I think that's the FBA
too, ma'am. I'm sorry, you keep trying to just throw it off on MAGA, but it's a lot of black people that support Trump.
But there's FBA.
And then a lot of them that know. I voted for Kamala Harris. Like I voted for Kamala Harris.
Hold up. I give you two. Dane, Trumpavelli.
Trumpavelli's not even FBA.
But that's the point though. But
and I had never heard Dane claim FBA before.
Well, hold on. They blacks line up with MAGA. And then you got FBA that would line up with the MAGAs. I mean, come on, y'all.
And I'm black, voted for Kamala Harris, and you got FBAs who line up with me.
Okay, hold on.
Native, y'all know Native.
Okay.
Hold on.
Let's take the
you know
FBA.
Native, correct?
Let's take the FBA out and let's say black.
No, Juice was talking. No, I don't care about the argument of black. Juice was specifically talking about FBA. That's what I'm trying to get across. Khan, do you remember Native the guy?
I kind of do.
He used to come in here. He is a Democrat as far as I know still, and he started to talk. He be on FBA panels mostly now. He don't do the political lives anymore, and he's FBA, but he voted for Kamala Harris. I want you guys to understand that is your algorithm. Many of the FBAs I speak to, some yes voted for Donald Trump, some and many voted for Kamala Harris. It's not the ones that you pay attention to. That's on you. I curse out a.
Why
I
would you
curse
want
out
to
a
stand with someone
xenophobe.
that's supporting white supremacy?
I curse out a xenophobic, fucking FBA all the time. I get called an immigrant every fucking day. Right? That doesn't change the fact that I am an FBA by the definition. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, dudes, we all like line up as FBA, but we don't subscribe to their like talking points. Like we feel like they are harmed, just like you do, but we don't think all of them feel that way. We know that some of them like line up with us. Some of them don't even realize like they FBA, like the technical definition, what we're used to online. Like some people just realize they just descendants of slaves and they go about their daily lives. But it is starting to affect, just like you said, with your 8-year-old son and your 7-year-old son and stuff. So that's what we're like. Q don't subscribe to everything FBA say, but she realized that we are FBAs. We just trying to like right the ship, I guess. This the group of FBAs that's trying to right the ship. Like, yo, we going in the wrong direction. But the people who are the loudest are the wrongest, and that's what we got to change.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Hold up, hold up. But that's the point, Con. Like they the loudest, and they spewing that bullshit rhetoric, but then me and you get attacked because we're attacking these niggas, and you know who I'm talking. You know who I'm implying to, right? I guess I got to use my own words. You know who I'm implying or implicating, right?
I was literally on a live yesterday.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Tip. But that's my point. They're not even attacking these niggas. And I hate to say that, but why y'all attacking us when you should be attacking the niggas who this man here, Duka is saying? Y'all attacking us. Deuce, y'all attacking us when y'all should be attacking Tariq Nasheed, who y'all should be attacking Dr. No. You should be attacking Megatron, but y'all in these panels and y'all not even attacking these niggas.
I attack them every day. Thank you.
Yes, you do. We got to give Q.
I was over there yesterday, and I was over there yesterday just battling with them.
Yeah.
I got put on that lately, but I said no. I had time yesterday, and I let Alexa cook them. Alexa was disputing all the lies that they were spitting out. I said, now y'all want to say this? Y'all tell me. And I asked my employee Alexa to answer the question for it. So I let the FBA give me one of their talking points, and Alexa disputed the things that they were saying was factually true. No, Alexa lied. Okay.
Yeah, and me and Miss P are definitely me. I'm over on the live Miss Davis talking about all the time, right? And I'm always tackling them with Gator, backing Gator up, or I literally was even when I said no. When I said that, Miss Davis is when I mentioned about who coined and popularized the term Black Power, and I said Stokely Carmichael. I was pushed back against. I get called immigrant all the time. I fight against them and say, hey, this is the problem. That's why people don't like FBA as a concept, because you niggas think people are immigrants based on disagreements. So to say that there's not more people like me, I disagree. Me and Miss P are not the only ones. I've actually interacted with many of them. And I think your perception of FBA and your dislike and almost hatred at this point, especially Khan up here. I'm just playing Khan. But respectfully, I think the dislike, the severe dislike and the hatred of FBA comes from your interactions, from who you surround yourself with. I curse some people out and I go about my day.
So,
look, see, Q thinks
I would like to say I apologize to you, MSP, if I came at y'all the wrong way, because it was unfair for me to just judge y'all because I don't know y'all. So I was definitely out of line for that. But the problem I'm having is just that, like I said, I don't see no pushback against these people from people that's, and maybe like you said, because I don't be in them circles. I try to stay away from the circles.
Well,
and
hey, bro, we the pushback.
This
the pushback crew right here.
Trav is the pushback.
Hey,
let me say something real quick. But he wrote with us too. Let me say something real quick. Like, I do agree with Deuce, but I also agree with Miss P. Like, we are different. Like, me, I'm a yard man, original Jamaican. You see me? I say yard man.
Big up yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. But I do have nothing but respect and admiration for Black Americans, because they have taught me a lot, and I live in the United States of America. I'm associated with the Black American, regardless if FBAs want to agree with me or not. Whenever I go out in this country and I travel, they don't see Jamaican on my forehead. What they see is a melanated person. You feel what I'm saying? And they treat me as such. Oh, we don't serve your kind here. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I get a lot of that pushback. I've literally had a shotgun in my face. N-word, get the heck out of here. You feel what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter, but I agree with Miss P to a certain point, because yes, we are different and we need to respect our differences, but we have so much in common. And what we have in common is our ancestry and our common oppressor. We have those things in common. You feel what I'm saying? No, I do know that we don't have the same culture. I do know that there's a lot of different genotypes and phenotypes that are introduced. But at the end of the day, we have so much more in common. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you a perfect example. You go to Louisiana, they have fried okra. You go to Jamaica, they have an okra with steamed fish. You go to Africa, they got okra soup. You know what I'm saying? We have so much in common. But I do agree with what Du said, because every time I go on an FBA panel, it's nothing but disrespect. There's never any facts and there's never any respectful discourse. It's always disrespect. Like, FBA can always come on this panel and we can have a good discourse with the FBA personnel, but you cannot go on an FBA panel and have a regular discourse, because once you don't agree with them, it's a wrap. The disrespect comes from all angles. You feel what I'm saying? And it's like, you can just take so much before you respond in disrespect also.
Yeah, but you got some, but see, like these FBAs on this panel right now, they rock with us, right? But there's some FBAs that you're referring to.
You are an FBA.
Hold on, Miss P. Hold on, Miss P. Let me finish first before you go and say something to me. God damn. So there's some FBA that come on this panel, pay that actually you've been in those panels, and then they come on this panel and they come at us. So they confront us. So that's what I was just trying to say. So now and now you finna have a FBA that's finna talk shit to me, right? Because I already know what she's trying to come off of you, and she just tried to attack me. But let her. But then after you, Miss P, then you got some people new on the panel that need to get their word. This
I just got back on the panel. I literally went away for a minute. I'm new again. Hello, I'm new now.
Hold on, but Justin didn't get in. He still has to talk.
Okay, go ahead. Well, I want to say this though. Even when you look at it. Didn't he just finish talking? I thought you said just. Not being rude, Peyton, but they told me to stop because somebody else needed to talk. All right, Roger.
Appreciate you.
Equality.
Just my name, Kit. Hello?
Kainem. Am I saying that right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How would we say your name?
Hello.
Hi. How do you pronounce your name?
It's like just making it, pretty much.
Oh, just making it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I said just name Kit. I'm sorry, just making it. Go ahead. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about y'all educate me on this? I did ask what is the FBA. I'm not sure what that is.
We gotta do
Y'all
it,
stopped
y'all.
me
We
from
gotta
talking. Y'all interrupted me in the middle. Okay.
She just got on the panel though. She hasn't had a chance to talk. You want to explain it to her, Miss P? How about that? Could you explain it what the FBA is to her?
So Pimp, who somehow wants to exclude
no, she can't.
himself from being a foundational
We'll
Black
get you in.
American, which he is a foundational Black American. So technically, they talk about this 1865 date, right? And that's where Pimp gets held up on. He gets upset because they're talking about 1865, but we do know that the slave trade did some smuggling and some things prior to 1865. Pimp looked it up on a panel one day and he was able to bring that facts to us. So basically, it's just Black Americans. Are you an immigrant or are you a Black American?
I'm African American.
Okay, so when you say African American, are you a Black immigrant from Africa?
Don't be scared. Just
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if
so
I'm
the basic.
Okay,
is,
so are you?
But when you apply for a job, don't it say African American, white?
Yeah, they're asking. She's basically asking, do your people come from chattel slavery, or are you a descendant?
Or is he actually? Or is she just
Caribbean,
African? She could be Caribbean.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
But that's it.
I just said I'm African American.
She said she was.
African
I
American.
thought African American was Black. Unless
It is.
educate me. I don't know.
It's not. I don't go
Hold on,
by
y'all. She's
African
brand
American.
spanking new.
Hey, everyone's
We about to
different,
get you on our team.
Wait, no, it is. So as we have it today on this census
She
government.
just made a point. Q. Is it different?
I'm about to tell her. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. I'm about to.
Okay, well, give it to her.
As we like on our documents, when you said that when you go fill out something, you check African American. Yes, that is still Black, right? Under the conundrum, right? I think with FBA, which is the foundational Black Americans, is trying to change is that, because I'm going just to assume, just to give you an understanding, right? Tell 619 talk all that shit to come up. Anyway, so like someone like I can trace my lineage from one side at least, or two sides, but for right now let's do one side, to chattel slave descendants of chattel slavery, and for some even before then, right before 1619, but relatively before 1865. That is a foundational Black American. Whereas a Jamaican, a African straight from Nigeria, they came to this country and they would have lineage more so in Jamaica and Nigeria decades and decades. That is a Black immigrant, right? Or a Black American if they have citizenship. I don't know. Let me know if that gave you more.
Look, American culture. So if they have citizenship, it makes a difference, correct?
No,
in terms of not for FBA, the founding part is the differentiating factor, right? Because you have to be here before 1865. It's
your
more
ancestors have to come from slavery, basically.
Yeah.
But if your ancestors come from like the Caribbean, then you're not considered a foundation Black American.
Don't confuse it though. Hold on. So and then so for a Jamaican who just came over here 10 years ago, right? While they would check off the box Black American even after getting citizenship of some kind, of some types. Their lineage comes from Jamaica. Their culture will be Jamaican. So their ethnicity is that. You know what I'm saying?
It's confusing. Don't just making it. Don't feel like you don't know what we talk about, because most times first people.
To be honest with you, even if I don't know what y'all talking about, I can go look it up myself. No one knows what they're talking about unless they do research, right?
Yeah, no. It's basically your lineage comes from slavery.
But now,
you would be considered a foundation.
But what she's trying to say is, Con, unless she knows it, she would have to go and do her search, right? That's what she said. She would have to go and search to first find out if she's foundational Black American. That's the point. And not everybody wants to do that bullshit. Not who the fuck cares about why the fuck should somebody have to search to find out they Black? Wow,
so you never been to a family reunion before. You've never been to a family reunion.
Niggas gotta go search to find out here, nigga.
Never been to a family reunion before.
Niggas gotta go find out.
Hold on, y'all, because she knows. Do you have any questions?
Okay, y'all. So I asked a question about the FBA, yet I still don't know what y'all talking about still.
Okay, so
But
FBA.
Go ahead.
No, finish up. Because you know,
from what I'm understanding, is this like a racial thing?
It's a delineation thing. They're trying to separate like a Jamaican American. They just want to be recognized as foundational
It's called
Black
lineage.
American.
It's lineage. He focused on the delineation, which I understand that piece, but it really comes down to lineage. That's what you want to focus in on. And the fact that Pimp does not care about his family history to share with his children, that's a problem.
No, she just said, he said other people, Miss P. So let me ask you a question, Jasmine. Do you know if your people come from slavery?
Oh, you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
To be honest with you, I would have to research that, right? Because I wouldn't know. Just because I'm Black.
Yeah. I'm saying, do you believe that they come from the islands?
Say it again.
Do you believe that they come from the islands? But no,
I'm saying, believe that my people came from the islands?
How about this? Your great grandmother, was she born here in America? You know her?
Okay, yes, and she's still living, by the way. So
I
can actually go ask her how her childhood was. So
no, what
how she lived as a young kid if her parents, I'm assuming, was
ask her that. Ask her was her like
grandparents born. That'd be facts.
So that's what the FBA would like. If her grandparents were born here, you would be considered a foundational Black America, I'm assuming. You know what I mean?
Born here and
maybe my question is,
you came from chattel slave.
Saying that, well, what I think I might be getting at, or what y'all trying to get at. So you saying that we only Black if we come from slavery?
That's what foundation. Like we're not really for foundation.
No, Con, guys,
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let the ladies explain.
So Black, a Jamaican Peyton is Black, right? Just for this, Percy is Black. But let's say Peyton's from Jamaica, because I don't know if he was up here when he said that. And then let's say
good job.
Let's say if Percy was from Nigeria, for example. So they are both Black. However, they are from these other countries. Their culture is different. I can say personally, I don't have the same culture as somebody from Nigeria.
Hold on. Okay, 619 Matt. Okay, you said only how you don't know where your parents from. Are you directly?
He's a troll. Ignore him.
Yeah.
So he will be considered FBA, right? He's real FBA.
No, you don't know that, Con. He ain't providing.
Stop. You're putting a negative connotation on it again, Con. That's what you're doing.
No, we gotta be real. How FBA is set up, it is a negative connotation.
No, I'm FBA. I'm FBA, and I didn't say that to her, ma'am. I'm FBA, and I did not say that to you. Do not be. No.
Yes,
I'm FBA. No. You don't get to tell me what I am, ma'am.
Okay. So you feel like other races of melanated people are beneath you?
Ma'am,
because that's what FBA feels
You're
like.
making it more confusing than it has to.
No, don't even try, Con. You don't feel that way.
You're literally making it. Con is purposely making it confusing to get her on his side. He is purposely doing it.
No, he's not purposely doing it. It's just the fact that why should somebody have to be explaining? See, this is what I'm saying. It's like y'all. It's like everybody have to be different by culture. Everybody got to be different by geographical regions. Everybody got to be fucking different. When actually we're not. We're really not different. We're just Black.
Yeah.
We're the same.
Wait, I think the best way.
All right, Peyton.
Isn't that the truth, though?
No, it's not the truth. Peyton, give up your Jamaican right now. I don't want to hear about Jamaican culture. I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear patois. I don't want to hear about oxtails. I don't want to hear about none of that shit. You just Black, sir. Don't. Do you see how that sounds? Do you see how that sounds? That's giving up a part of him pimping.
But Q, that's
playing Peyton. I love oxtails.
But hold on, Q. Hold on, Q. You know why we'll have to sit here and explain our different culture and our different background? Because the white man. White man wants you to sit up here and explain yourself.
No.
Explain yourself to your own people now. Isn't that kind of fucking crazy? Hey,
so they
first
do
of
it
all,
the same.
fuck that shit. Hey, Veronica, tell them who you really is.
Daddy, shut up.
This is some fucked up shit. It's so good that we just We
That's why,
literally
no,
made
y'all. That's why I thought it was
fucking
really
throw all
funny.
this shit
That's why I thought it was funny. The 619 Mac dude. That's why I thought it was fun. I really wasn't trying to give him too much attention. That's why I thought it was funny. But I really can go into it a lot. But I rather not, because one thing I know for sure, everyone has their own opinion. But technically speaking, there are facts, and people do not like to go with the facts. People rather voice their opinion before going find and research the fact. That's why I don't argue with people.
I'm about to drop you and your daddy for
You sure you his? You've been arguing with
Hey,
everyone.
but that shit, it's mind-boggling, though.
Look,
Isn't it, Q?
we about to
This
argue
shit
right
is
now.
mind-boggling.
Yeah, I know it's hard raising
Mind-boggling.
kids. Y'all know
That
it
these
is. It's hard
FBA
raising
motherfuckers
kids.
got to come up here and got to be all over the place with this shit. All over the place with this shit.
Hey, Pimp,
My
can I ask
thing
you a
is,
question?
though, we
Hey,
have
Pimp, can I ask you a
always
question?
been culturally different depending on where you live.
Exactly.
And that's what
But we all, but guess what?
cultural-
If you take that cultural shit out the fucking shit, if you take this regional shit out the fucking shit, and then we actually look at who we really is, we're all black. But when the white man got us, but this
In
white
their eyes,
motherfucker,
we are.
Exactly. And when you got this white man got us pinned against one another. Like he literally did fucking made this shit happen because he put this one black nigga. He put this black nigga named Tariq Nasheed. Hold on, Tim. They put this black nigga Tariq Nasheed, came up with this shit. Basically, came up with this fucking bullshit, and now y'all done fell for the okie doke. Y'all fell for that banana in the fucking tailpipe.
I was waiting for Just to finish. I was polite and allowed her to go. And then I don't know if you guys forgot, but I literally went on mute for her. So when do I get a chance?
Go ahead, Miss P. You can go. She still don't know though, y'all.
But Miss P, I went on mute for you, and you went, and I still haven't went yet.
No, I didn't go. I didn't. I went on mute and you jumped back in, and I said Just was supposed to go because they told me to go on mute for her.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So, yeah. So one thing I will say, Pimp, is when you speak in that way, you speak erasure, and that's a problem. Peyton was loud and clear, and he said he does not want erasure. Q has given wonderful examples of Peyton can no longer do curry goat and rice. He can no longer do whatever his cultural dishes are. He now needs to cook soul food and soul food only. That's what he's going to have to cook. The Africans, we're going to get rid of the jollof rice. The what's the other thing, baby? What's the other dish you told me about that they have? Fufu. All those things. We're just gonna get rid of them because we are all black. And you know what? Next time you go to your family reunion, tell them not to put up the family tree. Tell them not to put it on the shirts anymore, because we should not know our lineage. We should not know our history to pass by. We should just be people with no history, because that's what they said about us, the Portuguese, black people with no history. No, I'm not done yet.
I just want to get when you're done. Just let me.
No, because you didn't
I
stop
said
him.
when you're done.
Okay.
Miss P.
But when I land, I always say, and I land my plane. I always say that. I say that on purpose.
It was more so.
So what? Because, but if I'm in a thought, okay. Seriously, what I'm saying is this: I don't think it's fair to continue to spew that rhetoric that we all are the same, because it's just like YT people used to say, they all look the same. I can't tell the difference. And then to Peyton's point, yes, they're going to see us all as black, but that does not mean us as a black community should treat each other like we don't have a culture or have some sort of lineage that's different. And it's okay. So to continue to spew that rhetoric is dangerous, in my opinion. And it's calling for erasure of all blacks in this country that have a rich culture that we should all celebrate. So to argue that point over and over again, it just tells me that you just want us to be basic as hell and you refuse to look at the differences. No one's saying that we need to go on the front line tomorrow and fight and go to war. No one's saying that we should be xenophobic like you guys are, right? No one's saying any of that. What we're saying is we respect difference. We respect culture. We know that they see us all black, but we are not the same. I don't know what part of that y'all are not getting. Thank you, Peyton, for getting it. I appreciate it, and I'll land there.
Well, I just want to say this here, Con. Hold on, Con, because she came at me. So all I want to say is this here. I can't stop you from cooking whatever the fuck you want to cook. If you want to cook fried okra, if you want to cook stew okra, soup okra, you cook whatever the fuck how you want to cook. That's your culture, if that's what you want to say. But in the white man eye, nigga, you can cook dog shit for all I give a fuck. He still gonna call you a nigga. You still black, Miss P. This is what we trying to tell us, but this is what the point we trying to make to you. We don't give a fuck about your culture. What they don't. I don't either. Be honest with you. You can cook. You want to be Jamaican? Be Jamaican. But you still black. You want to be Portuguese? Black Portuguese? Be black Portuguese. Still black. You want to be a West Indian? You want to be an African? Don't matter. That's your culture. But you still black. You still black with your culture.
Pippin.
And that's
Papa wasn't playing about
Pippin, Pippin, let me caveat on you real quick.
I forgot to say, let me say this real quick. Papa wasn't joking.
You can't.
Miss P, give me a talking point here. Come on.
Papa wasn't joking about the ducks.
Saying something about the Fafa comment.
Papa wasn't joking about the ducks.
Pay next. Go ahead, Pay.
Fafa was not joking about the ducks.
Come on.
Okay,
Fafa was not
wasn't joking about the ducks.
So, Pon, she said that why would she ever joke on somebody else's culture like that? That is wrong. She would never do that. So if she ever brings up anything, she's telling you facts. Some people have not lived outside of their own culture and seen other things. So absolutely, they had flyers up growing up, and the ducks did disappear from the pond. So yes, she was dead serious.
Oh, so is she wrong, Con and Pippin?
Who was Fafa wrong?
Is she wrong for saying that? Like, if there was an FBA who said that about the immigrants, you guys would rip them to shreds. So is Fafa wrong for mentioning the ducks?
How do we know if Fafa wrong? We don't know.
Yeah,
Fafa need to come up and explain.
She already explained it. I told you her and I are close. I just talked to her. I literally just talked to her.
No, I don't know about the ducks, but I'm talking about the comment, right? About the Cubans and all that, and the ducks went missing. If someone came up and said that about the hate, say it again. I'm sorry.
That's racist.
Okay.
Real flyers. The flyers were up. She said that the ducks had disappeared based off of they had an influx of Asian people in the area, and the ducks disappeared, and they had to put signs up to tell them not to take the ducks out the pond. And I don't know what they were doing, unaliving them and cooking them.
That would be xenophobic if they put up ducks.
Who was watching the Asians take the
ducks? I thought you were
No.
Yo, you're not crazy. Go ahead, baby.
Wait a minute.
But she said it. She's like, they're putting up the die.
No, God, whatever.
In a serious story. I kid you not, bro.
Y'all crazy. I ain't never.
Y'all ready for me now? Y'all ready for me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Pay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pay.
My bad.
But no, hold on, because I want to say something real quick because Miss P said something to me too. But why can't Jollof rice and Jamaican oxtails, why can't they all be black? Why do we have to limit ourselves to the blackness? Why can't everything encompass black? Why can't that? Like, that's what I know. Why would we limit us? What if? Well, then that's on them.
No, but that's what we're saying, though.
And you act like all of them don't do that.
Respectfully,
and they do,
I've never heard a Jamaican say this is
he
black
just
people
said
food. No, no. I've never heard a Jamaican say, actually I've heard the contrary, right? When black people did start to make oxtails, they literally say you don't make it like a Jamaican.
But that's not saying that it's bad, though.
No, I'm not saying that.
Has this become
We're not
such
saying
an
it's
issue?
bad. How many times do I have to say we're not saying it's me and Miss P specifically? Take away the FBA crazies con that you
I'm talking about Miss P
Pause, that sounds
specifically, how
crazy.
she just said, like, no, we can't be. No, it has, like, y'all trying to limit black
No,
to just us, and black is all over
No,
the
it's
fucking
not.
world.
Miss, okay, then y'all not listening to Miss P, and I'm gonna speak up her. She
What did
literally
she
states
say?
that
She
black
didn't
is
say
gold.
anything
Her
about.
first
just said that,
statement.
Q. I ain't
Every
tripping.
time we talk about FBA is black is global. What does that mean, Con?
I
You
didn't
pissing me
hear her
off,
say that. I didn't
Con,
literally
she
hear
said
her
it
say it.
earlier. You
When?
were looking on the screen. All right, listen, Con. I know you're getting elderly, but I'm gonna need you to go get
I
some
am, man. That my
Go down. Don't
face.
use that as
Something's
an
wrong with
excuse.
this lotion they gave me.
Respectfully, Miss P says that every time there's an FBA conversation, that is in the line in her first paragraph that she speaks on. Black is globally. I don't agree with xenophobia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, if
You
black
guys,
is global, then
miss
Jollof rice
it.
is black. Then.
No, but it's
hold on.
also an
Miss P
African.
is black.
I want someone to explain erasure for me because I keep hearing people saying that. Please, somebody.
She just said. So cute. You didn't hear her say something about the family reunion.
My blood class split real quick.
She
Get
brought
us
up the
one
family
too,
reunion.
rude boy.
Go ahead, Faith.
Hold on.
I
Because
have a real
honestly,
question. Hey, I have a real question.
Let Pay get in, and then you
hold
got
up
it
those,
next,
because I'm gonna come to you real
And
quick.
then
Hold up
Perry
those,
get in
because
too, man.
I
He
do
the only
agree with
FBA.
what you said earlier, and I do agree with what Ms. P said earlier.
You can't keep agreeing with both people.
Yes, you
I'm
can.
getting sick of that, man. No,
But hear me out real quick. You gotta let me land real quick, host. You gotta let me land real quick. Hold up. I'm gonna start off with Miss P. I'm an immigrant. Yeah, man. You already know that. But I've lived in this country long enough where I can speak on a level where you guys can communicate and understand and not ask what you said. Roger, right? I agree with Miss P real quick. We're not the same. A Jamaican is not the same as American, is not the same as an African, is not the same as we all have differences. But those are differences that we need to respect. Just like individuality, we all want to have our own individuality. What makes us who we are? You feel what I'm saying? What separates us from our friend? What separates me from my homeboy Joe? You feel what I'm saying? It makes me who I am. It's the same way with our culture on our country and where we're from. There's something that should be respected, not disrespected. You feel what I'm saying? So I agree with Miss P on that. We're not, FBAs are FBAs, but we do have two things that are very similar. We have our ancestry, and we have a common oppressor. Those are the two things that we have in common. You feel what I'm saying? And we also have a lot of African things that was brought over here that we still mention, but we evolve in different ways. I just mentioned about the okra thing. Everybody have their different okra dish, but okra nonetheless. Just let me land real quick. Hold up. I'll be waiting for a minute. You feel what I'm saying? So, but I wanna agree with Deuce real quick, because this is the only kind of panel I can engage with the FBA personnel and have a respectful discourse. If I go on an FBA panel, as soon as I open my mouth, because you know me, every time I introduce myself, originally Adman, I want y'all to know. You feel what I'm saying? I want y'all to know who I am.
All I hear is who I'm around.
You see how
I still have respect nonetheless.
What are you?
But I'm proud of who I am.
I find
you
it
feel
funny.
what I'm saying? So I'm going to introduce myself like this all the time, and then I'm a code switch, and I'm going to speak like this so we can have proper discourse. You feel what I'm saying? But the point I'm trying to make is this: we need to respect our differences. You feel what I'm saying?
Do you think FBA?
I want to agree with Deuce. Every time I've been in the FBA panel, I've never heard a person push back on the bullshit that I hear from FBA.
That's not true, because I hear Miss P and Q talking about that all the time.
You talking about his
I'm just speaking from my
his
experience. You feel what I'm saying? And I never recall Miss P being in the panel, and I never recall Miss Q being in the panel. But every time I've been in the panel with the FBA, as soon as I say, it's just straight disrespect. I couldn't even get a straight disrespect. And I'm like, it makes no sense to even engage.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask Q. So Q,
yes,
you're saying that we have to do what? What are you saying? That
First thing I'm saying is y'all gotta listen to me, Miss P, because he just literally summarized everything we've been saying for weeks. Literally word for word from me. When I say the honor, the difference, to understand that we are different and that's how we can work together. But you know what? I'm gonna go answer your question and not be petty.
Wait,
hold on, let me not be petty. Go ahead.
You are petty already. It's too late.
I know I said it, but well, what?
No, before that, you're condescending tone. I'm a jerk too. I know that.
I think in general, respectfully, stop giving attention to the crazies. I barely give attention to them. I mean, yeah, I might curse a few out because once again, I get called an immigrant in FBA panels that I do go on because I do have a difference of opinions. And I also educate them and tell them, hey, if the FBA is a lineage and not a group, you are fucking stupid with the way you are speaking. Because just because I have a different ideology does not mean I'm no longer FBA by definition. And I want to be very frank. Most of y'all knew me in the beginning, specifically when this FBA shit started to make social media. I was like, hell no, what the fuck is this? Hold on. I was like, I'm not about to deal with this xenophobic shit. I like people. I like all people. I was going back to back, specifically on Dame's panel every night, getting cursed out all names and all of that and going back and forth. And Lisa could back me up on that. So the fact is though, right? I'm not, just like I don't do for all immigrants, just like I didn't treat Peyton any type of way because I had an experience with a Jamaican who came at me crazy. I'm not going to do that for FBA either. And I think you guys need to show that same respectfully.
But again, this is what I'm saying. Go ahead, dude.
And respectfully, I'm gonna tell you the reason why I would never be able to do that, right? Because as long as those ones, and I get your point of view when you say it's not all, but as long as them ones
Lisa, I'm gonna bring you right back.
to be FBA and aligning themselves with white supremacy, I would never ever be able to give them that. I would never ever be able to give them the respect they deserve, even as a human being, because they're going against everything that my people, my ancestors, and my family fought for Black people here in America, right? And then another issue that I'm having. I hear y'all talking about this erasure bullshit, right? I don't think it's erasure, right? Because one thing I don't see the Latinos separating themselves, even though we all can see that every Latino in America don't come from the same country. But you know one thing that I admire about that group, that community? Them motherfuckers come together when it's time to come together. They're not separating themselves. If you speak that language, if you're a Latino, if you come from a Latin country, you're part of the fucking program. All of them are the same. All of them are the same, right? I don't see not one YT person in America questioning, oh, are you from Ireland? Are you from Irish? Or, I don't see it. It's only with us. We the only ones who have to be divisive, right? We want to cause all these separations and then say, oh, but we need to have respect. I'm not giving nobody respect that don't respect people. And I'm standing on that. I fight against bullies. I'm sorry. That's always been my motherfucking thing. I've always been a small little nigga and had to always fight for myself because I know what it's like to get bullied. So I stand up against bullies, and I'm not going to stop doing that now. That was one of the reasons why I became Damu, a.k.a. Blood, was to fight oppression. And as long as niggas is standing with oppression and the oppressors, my job is to fight against that. Mm-hmm. So no, I cannot give them respect. I can't, because I don't see them going to these white communities asking white people, are you Irish? Are you a small hat? Are you this? Are you that? Show me your papers on this. They only doing it within our own community. And it's only to throw up the smoke screen while fucking Trump is taking everything from the Black community. I don't hear nothing from the FBA. I literally nothing from FBA standing against Trump.
Hey, bro. Say, dude, so hold on. I had an El Salvadorian partner, right? Show missed that dude, right? Cause that dude took me. No, real talk. Man, look, I never would have eaten a cow's tongue back in the day. But when that motherfucker took, and then he didn't even tell me what the fuck it was. Man, I ate the shit out that food, man. It's a dish. He took me to an El Salvadorian restaurant in Houston. It was a dish called something papoose or some shit. It was like a bread with cheese.
It's called papusa.
Papusa, see? And it was. Hey, man, when I ate that shit, oh man, Calm.
Yeah. It's just like Puerto Ricans don't eat pupusa. You know what I'm saying? They have mofongo. Like, it's different.
Let me get to my point. These people got different types of cuisine. Different culture. Like Deuce was saying. Different fucking culture. But you put all them different cultures in a room, and you a brother and you coming at them Mexicans, watch how quick they whoop your motherfucking ass. In this room right here, on this platform, you got different brothers and sisters. Difficult, and we sitting up here fighting against one another.
Let me be very This is why I agree with Deuce, though. This is why I agree with Deuce, though.
The point I'm making
because
is,
every single time, like I brought up this.
Let him finish.
Let me land my plane. I put it in the fucking comment.
We don't see.
We got our cultural. We got difference of a cultural, but in front of that white man, we always gonna be niggas.
Okay.
And that's the point I'm making. I land my plane.
Okay, Pippin, we don't see that comment though. I don't know if TikTok flagged it.
It's a white man.
But also,
but
wait,
that's
Dave,
why I
before
agree
you
with
come
you.
up here, Dave.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on.
Let the
Before
lady
you come
get
up
in.
here, Dave, I'm gonna respond, and then you about to cause havoc for everything I'm trying to get across to them right now. But hold on. When it comes to the Hispanics, right? There's a history behind Cubans delineating from other Hispanics, specifically when they got their own type of legislation to allow them to come over here, has caused many frictions, right? Where they literally were fighting and still are fighting not to be grouped together with other Hispanics. So I don't get where that come from. First of all, I mean, that's number one. And number two, the Italians and the Irish did not want to be white, right? They started to clash. Even today, the other day, I was on the panel, this guy came up, they asked him, "Are you white?" He said, "No, I'm Italian." Best answer ever. Because a lot of them still to this day don't want to be white. They did it, I agree, for the fight, for the benefit of it all. I agree with that part, right? To adhere to the white supremacy at that time. However, to say that you don't hear other people, other groups fighting against each other, maybe because they already had that term, right? In terms of differentiate, and they understand that we are different. I am Italian. I cook pasta and a certain type of steak, and I am Greek, and I can't remember what the Greeks cook. They cook other shit, and et cetera, and et cetera. But when it comes to
Mediterranean,
when it's time to come together, they understand that we have to exist under this white thing. And that's also what I want. I want you to understand that, yes, I am Black American, so my fried chicken gonna be different than yours. My spaghetti gonna hit, respectfully, better than yours. But I also want to understand that Peyton's oxtail is great, right? And his difference of culture, but we can come together under that umbrella. That's all we are saying. Now, what Dave is about to say, don't loop me in. Go ahead.
All right. So, a lot of times we have a common denominator. Hold up, Dave. I've been waiting for a minute. Hold up, Dave. I gotta agree with Deuce real quick. Like, I remember I was on a panel and I asked a question. I'm like, what is more hated? Us immigrants or the YT suppressor? And I got the answer back. We don't want you here. And I got that. You feel what I'm saying? I got that. But we have a common oppressor. What are we gonna do about a common? We can settle our difference later, but right now we have a common oppressor that have their boot on our necks. That they make the policies that affect us. Whatever they do, they want to do, and there's no consequence. You feel what I'm saying? Well, the laws are only owed to us. And I live here, so I know what I'm talking about. I hear a lot of people brag, FBA is bragging about, we have laws, we have rights. Yes, I guarantee, but do you have equal rights? You feel what I'm saying? These are the issues that we need to face, but yet still, you deem me. And the reason why I call FBA a white supremacist group is because of the talking points that they use. Not that everybody does. Let me finish. Not that everybody uses them, but a lot of people uses these immigrants are taking our jobs. And okay, you see what happened in places like California and Florida when ICE came through and took all the immigrants. There were mad jobs opening, but what happened? Farms lost money. Construction companies went under. they didn't want to do those jobs. So they use that as an excuse why they really ignore the real issue. Oh, tax break for the rich. Tax break for the rich. Tax break for the rich. Oh, we got to supplement this some way somehow. Let's take this money out of the program that helps the inner city youths, the SNAP program. But guess what? I turn around and blame the
10 seconds, bro. We let Dave get in.
You feel me? So it's like we need to get our act together, brothers. We need to unite. Separately, they're gonna pick us apart. 10 seconds. Unite. That's all I got. I land.
Appreciate you.
Hey, Dave. Well, you got Dolo Dave next, and then after Dolo Dave, Percy and
I want to respond.
Yeah, Percy and
Okay, so I don't understand. Like, do you guys equate your intrinsic value to how white tea people see you? Because I keep hearing people basically equivalate each ethnic group by how the white tea person's perspective on you. And that's not how Black Americans typically look at stuff. You know, just because a Jamaican or a fucking Black Cuban and a Black American may be standing in one room together and a white tea person will say they're all Black, that don't mean to me that we are all of the same culture or the same people, same ethnic group. So, I mean, I think once you guys get over that ideology, then you'll be good, but
we kind of get that part, but the part is that
gotta catch up.
Most people, they ain't gonna look at your ethnicity. They're gonna look at your race first, wouldn't you say? They ain't gonna try and delve into who you are, but just, well, not what you are, but who you are, right? They just gonna look at you and say, oh, that's a Black person, before they get to know you. Wouldn't you say?
That's the thing. So you're doubling back to what somebody else thinks about you. As a man, you shouldn't care about what another person thinks about you. No, I'm saying as a man, you shouldn't care about if another person thinks that you're the same as a whole nother ethnic group. Like, that don't change who you are or your ethnicity. And if you're just going
we
to
know it doesn't change, but you think it could hinder.
people,
If a person thinking we are the same, you think it could hinder.
I'm just trying to break it down.
You don't think it could hinder? It's either yes or no. If this person thinks that all Black people, no matter what ethnicity they come from, are all bad, does that hinder us? Say if this person is giving you a job. Like, I understand what you're saying if this some person is just some random willy-nilly person you meet down the street, but say if this is an employer or a judge or a councilman or a lawyer or a doctor or a loan officer. See how it's different there?
Not necessarily, because I'm seeing white tea people.
But you don't even have a job, so I understand. Go ahead.
Sir, I make more money than you. I don't know why you keep saying
But you said you didn't.
I'm seeing white tea people at town hall meetings, Springfield, and they're saying, hey, these Haitians, they're trying to beat Black Americans. We know you're not Black American. So, you know, I digress on that point, but.
So you think white people can differentiate the difference between a Haitian and a Black American?
I think people have eyes, and once you talk to them and they understand your culture, they're going to know who you are and what a Haitian is, right?
Okay.
It's really that simple.
Okay. Why isn't if it's that simple, why haven't things changed yet, guys? It's that simple. It's that simple. Why hasn't it that changed? Only if we could convince white people to think like that. Or it must be us thinking a bad way. That's why things haven't changed. Because we're always thinking that we're being oppressed, therefore we're being oppressed. Not that people are oppressing us. We're thinking that we're oppressed, therefore we are oppressed. That's what you said, Dolo. That
things haven't changed because you guys fell for the minority trap or the POC trap, and you basically let every other group.
So what are we supposed to do?
Amalgamate within your group. So you're somewhat falling for the erasure of your own ethnic group when you
do that. Being erased?
Oh wow!
Because you're letting every other group of people
and you
claim
just said
your
that
group by
when a white
eliminating their
man.
group.
Okay. That's weird. It seems like we have already been erased. If you said a white man goes into a room and sees a Black Cuban, a Black American, and what was the other dude? You said he's gonna see them all as Black, right? He ain't gonna differentiate this FBA from this Cuban.
No, I'm saying you're letting certain colloquial terms such as POC or minorities completely eliminate your actual ethnic group. You're somewhat falling more in line with that
Dave
than you are
sounds to
Black
me
American.
like Dave sound to me like a person that doesn't really travel like a regular person. Dave sound to me like a high class person. You feel what I'm saying? That jump on a first class flight from here to here and he avoid the regular population. That's what Dave sounds to me. He sounds like a wealthy person. Okay, so Dave, let me tell you what regular life sounds like.
His sentence.
Dave, let me tell you what regular people sound like, where they have to interact with regular people on a daily basis. They'll drive on the road and stop at gas stations and deal with hotels and corner stores and stuff like that. Because you sound like a high roller, Dave. So Roger, let me tell you what the regular people gotta deal with, because you sound very immature and lacking in knowledge. Like you don't really experience reality. You feel what I'm saying? And you don't know the importance of individualism. You don't know the importance of individualism. You can see a person, and that's a good thing about Black people. They are very adaptable. You feel what I'm saying? They can go anywhere and just blend in. That's the good thing about Black people. We're very adaptable. We went through slavery, man, and we survived. I don't think any other race would survive.
Did we go through slavery? Did every Black person?
We went.
No, I'm just
saying, you have slavery in the U.S., you have slavery in the Caribbean, you have slavery in South America. I'm just saying, slavery was everywhere. You feel what I'm saying? And the most brutal one was in the Caribbean. That's why they had to bring in Willie Lynch.
That was the first one.
To be brutal.
That was the first one, not just the brutal, but that was the first. That was the first form of chattel slavery. It started in the West Indies. What the fuck is this nigga talking about over there?
Exactly. So this dude Dave, you don't know the importance of how adaptable
let's get
Black
Percy
people.
up
Hold up, Dave. Hold up. Get schooled real
this
quick.
is the host. This is the host.
Oh, my bad, host.
You good. Percy, come off mute for a sec, man. He FBA too.
Yeah.
What you feel about this? Percy, let me ask you a question, Percy. Do you think that African immigrants or melanated immigrants share any similarities with us? Struggle-wise. Let's put it that way, struggle-wise. You think we have any similarities?
No, they got their issues and we got our issues. Their issues on the continent. You know what I'm saying? And then we have our issues here. And I also think that we don't have to operate in flat blackness. I don't think no other country does. Operate that way. Even with their majority, they don't operate in flat blackness. They got, their different tribes, or if they see somebody come from somewhere else, they identify them as that place coming from somewhere else.
But in the majority, wouldn't that be the only thing you could identify them as, like the tribes? Because they all Black. So like that's gonna not be a factor. If we all look the same, I gotta differentiate you some other type of way.
Yeah, so I mean, and I agree, but here, what's the problem if we say, hey, we don't have to operate in flat blackness neither?
Because that's not how the country operates. We gotta be realistic too. Like y'all keep negating that, they're gonna still see us as Black people, man. And that Somalian up in Minnesota who got called a nigga, she wasn't called a nigga like a Somalian nigga. They called her a nigga because she looked like a nigga.
Right, and I agree with Dolo is, we don't have to view ourselves through the lens of a white person. So it's what we think, and what we, what we say. I don't care how a non-Black might view. You know what I mean? I can care less. It doesn't bother me. But if we saying, hey, we want to, be able to distinguish ourselves, and it's okay. They want to, they've been distinguishing themselves. If you say, hey, you from, or you such and such, they say, oh no, I'm from here. I'm Nigerian, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, okay, cool.
But you don't think we strut though?
You don't think I'm a black? You don't think we do that? Like that's what y'all act like black people don't strut. Like we'll think we the shit.
So let me give you a good example, Conscious. Can I go to the Haitian embassy in Washington, D.C. and get, all types of paperwork certified? Can I get my passport, easy access to that from the Haitian embassies in this country? So that's the difference. They have certain resources that they value within their own ethnic group, and that should be respected amongst Black Americans as well. We shouldn't just allow people just to come into our ethnic group and get the resources that we don't even necessarily
Wait a minute. What resources are they getting? Why do y'all say that would never back up shit?
Did you not just hear me say the Haitian embassy? There's multiple Haitian embassies.
You said they get paperwork. What does this paperwork do?
So paperwork is resources. If you can get
No,
passports, visas, if you can get those types
If
of
I'm here at
documents.
the Haitian embassy in DC, how do I? What is the passport gonna do? Already get me here? You said go to the embassy in DC, right? So that means I'm a Haitian here in DC, so I'm already in the country. What do I need a passport for?
Okay, so I don't know if you don't get it, but if you get a passport, you are somewhat allowed to travel to other countries that accept that passport, right? I can't go to the Haitian embassy and get that passport. I have to go to my own
post office,
local post office, right? So that's the difference.
Is your post office here in America or is it in Haiti?
No, and I would argue we have a higher.
That made no sense.
Yeah, I would argue
You could still what?
That example.
I could understand if
maybe
the post office was in
scholarships.
Haiti. Like what the fuck? Hold
And this is who they want to lie themselves with.
on.
And this is the people they want to lie themselves with. That's the point. That's the joke.
He said paperwork.
They lie themselves to
Hey, why are y'all laughing at our lineage and our that's not even funny to me. It's not funny.
No.
It's not funny.
Hold on, wait, real quick.
And if this the lineage, we should be laughing at it.
I think no, it's not. I think it's the example, right? Because respectfully, we have it easier as Black Americans.
Talking about what he said, Q. The one person saying you guys want to align yourself with these people. I hate when they say that.
I didn't hear him.
Yeah, I heard him.
What?
But in terms of what you're talking about, Dave, like we as Black Americans I can only my post office is probably like a 5-minute drive, right? I can walk in with my documents, walk right in, get my application for my passport, and it'll come soon. You're talking about the that they have to go to the Haitian embassy, which is in a specific part of town as well, and go give out documents and do all that. That's similar.
I'm saying if we're all the same people, then why do they have that? If we're all the same, there's no need for that, right?
I would think that they would be able to go to the post office just like me. You would queue if they're American citizens. They wouldn't have to go to the Haitian district. And that makes no sense. You see what I mean?
Yeah, because if they are American citizens, right? Let's say they were born here, first generation immigrants, whatever, or second or third, they wouldn't have to go to the Haitian embassy.
The loud voices.
So you're saying we're all the same, though. You're saying that we're all the same.
If we all American,
I'm giving you examples that differentiate us. But they're Black, though, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I think a better example could have been about the Caribbean scholarships that are given
Don't help him.
Caribbean.
Don't you do it. No, you
I have to.
I would like to just answer Dave. Yes, Dave, legally we're the same, Dave. The law applies to everybody across the board, not just to one specific group of people. Everybody across the board. So yes, we're the same when it comes on to the law. Yes.
Well, you missed it. Y'all missed his point. His point wasn't so much that they're getting a privilege over the Black American. He's saying that he cannot walk into the Haitian embassy. If he wants a citizen, you still can go to the Haitian embassy to get your passport. I just looked it up.
But is that for first generation, those who are born in America? I'm talking about first generation Americans.
I asked AI if I'm Haitian and I become a American citizen, can I still go to the embassy? And it said yes, you can still go to the embassy.
Those who come over here and then become American.
But honestly, you both are telling the truth, but I'm talking about the efficiency. Which one is more efficient? You can both go to which, but you're going to go to one with no infrastructure, or you're going to go to the one with the most modern infrastructure there.
No, but he's just saying me as a Black American can't go to the Haitian embassy. That's all he's saying. Like,
So
I can't just go to the Haitian
What I'm just
embassy.
saying, though,
hold on a second.
and while you can, it's the efficiency.
It's the host. Hey, Miss P, can the Haitian also go to the post office just like we can, and go to the...
Absolutely, but his point was me as a Black American can't walk. Absolutely, but his point is me as a Black American can't go to the Haitian embassy and say, hey, I want to get my passport. That's his point. It's not so much that it's better, or is it which one you're getting better service here or there. It's just this being a Black American, you cannot go to the Haitian embassy and get your passport.
But I think if you are a child who was born here and your parents are Haitian, you also have to go to the post office. I just think a better example would have been the scholarship things. I'm going to help him, Con. Sorry. The scholarship, the Caribbean scholarships, right? Where well, these are more private entities, but just for an example, obviously they can put out that you have to come from a Caribbean descent in order to get a college scholarship, whereas as Black Americans we wouldn't qualify, right? As foundation,
would that be state funded though, or private?
I just said private.
See, that's the difference. Private people can do what they want with their money.
Hold on, it's
but
private,
Dave,
though.
let me ask Dave a question. Would it be beneficial if I'm a Haitian who lives in Ohio to go to the embassy in DC, or just go to the local post office?
That depends. Does the local post office even accept you? Can you get your passport from there?
Why wouldn't I be if I'm an American citizen who lives in Ohio, but I'm just Haitian? So should I travel to DC, or should I just go to my local post office?
So you're evading the clear, evident proof that I'm telling you that they have two separate infrastructures. They have their own ethnic infrastructure, and then they can use an American infrastructure.
So I could understand if they had an infrastructure in every city, but that's why I literally, there's no Haitian ambassador.
So now you're equating it to every city
in the land. Well, that would be an infrastructure, because you just said they had an infrastructure. Now, if they have one specific place where they can go, an embassy, that's not an infrastructure. That's the difference. You don't know what you just said?
No, you don't.
So
you said infrastructure.
You're trying to play with words that you don't even understand.
I'm using your words against you.
Come on, Con, you're being obsessed with this FBA here. Like, it's like FBA whispering right now.
Like, I'm not.
Not FBA whispering. Yeah, it's like,
no, it's not.
It's like you wanted a real FBA. Now you got him. You're locked in.
But hold up.
He's traumatized by FBA.
That's why he's laughing, because he knows it's true. Con knows what I'm talking about.
Let him cook. But Miss P, he's asking him questions from his own state.
No, what I'm saying is, knowing Con is so locked in right now that he's gonna just.
He wouldn't be a great host if he ain't doing his job, Miss P.
So, Q, what
Miss P hate him to break the track. Miss P,
Q, what I wanted to tell you real quick was there are immigrant funding grants specifically for them to go to school. So, and it's state funded. So you wouldn't be able to say, okay, a Haitian grant or anything like that. Absolutely not. It's just an immigrant grant, or first, like if you're new to America, there's funding out there for you to attend school.
Yeah,
grant.
But I was simply talking about. Hold on, let me just clarify. I was talking about. Hold on.
It's state funded. It's state funded.
No. But even though with the state or even with the private funding scholarships, because there's also some in the comment, right? When I gave that as an example, that is pointing out there is a difference. And even educated, when you said that you got a scholarship for African Americans, and that even if the immigrants couldn't apply for that because of African Americans, that shows you that there is a difference. And that's what Dave was trying to point out with the example he gave. I didn't agree with.
Come on, let me ask you a question, Carl. Come on, hold up, Dave. Come on.
Yes,
did you hear this, or maybe I didn't hear it correctly? Did he say if the post office would accept them?
Yeah.
He said that, right?
He said that.
I'm figuring this shit out. Like, if a nigga walk in the post office I'm assuming he got to have Jamaican, Nigerian, or whatever the fuck labeled on his forehead for them to take a letter in the mail, something, buy a post stamp.
Sir, we're talking about getting certain documentation, such as visas
keeping up,
and
Pimp.
But the way you
passports.
say it though, like
I don't think
the
you
way you
understand.
say it is almost if our
I think
post
it's going
office
over
in
your head,
America
sir.
wouldn't
We got
accept
Miss
people
K
to
in the
come and
building too, yo.
use the post office.
I think it's going over
Come
your head,
on,
sir.
bro. I mean,
But
it's
what if a
that's
Jamaican,
racist
a
bullshit, y'all
Nigerian,
come up
Are you
with.
an idiot,
or a
sir?
Ghanaian
If I
have
go
the
to the
proper
Haitian embassy, I'm
documentation?
not
Then what?
mailing any mail at the Haitian embassy. You're conflating two different
But hold on, I
examples.
thought the Haitian
Oh,
embassy
Dave,
was there to help
Dave,
you, like with your.
Dave.
But I'm
What
not
if
talking
what
about
if
the
a
U.S.
Jamaican
Post.
have the
Hey,
proper documentation? Would he still have the same issue? What if a Trinidadian have the proper documentation? Would it be the same issue? Like, come on, Dave. What are we talking about here, Dave?
what are you
Come
talking
on.
about? You're not.
Wait,
you're
correct
not
me
talking
if
about.
I'm wrong. Hold on, Dave.
Appreciate
Correct me
you,
if
Chris.
I'm wrong. Where are you using that example? Which one? I want to preface again. I did not agree with his example, but you were using that example to say that that's how we can tell there's a difference between us, right? Or white people can tell, or anybody can tell that's the difference between
Ma'am,
an immigrant or an FBA.
I'm showing you how they have actual infrastructures, resources, buildings, things that governments have to put in place to where they clearly know, hey, there's a difference between these Black Americans and these Haitians. How is there a difference? Oh, they have their own Haitian embassy. Do we have a Black American embassy? Do we have
a CDC?
All right. I don't
Dave,
think
and
I
that's
think it's
why
going over your
I press the empower of
I think it's going over your
individualism,
guys'
Dave,
head.
because if I guarantee if you saw me in public, you wouldn't think I'm an immigrant. I guarantee you that. If you saw me in public, you wouldn't think I'm an immigrant.
Sir, that
If I
doesn't
interacted
matter.
with you on a business level, you wouldn't think I'm an immigrant, Dave. So for
Sir,
you to
I
say
hear
that,
you,
it
sir.
just shows you the ignorance of what you just said.
So
They
you have a-
they cannot tell until we allow them to know.
So you have a very distinct accent. Everybody in this
Because
panel
yes,
knows
I
you're not
want you
Black
to know that I am an immigrant.
No, but everybody on this panel and the listeners knows that you're not a Black American. You are Jamaican American or Jamaican. You're an immigrant. You come from an immigrant background. That's okay.
Roger. What's your point?
We got two new panelists, and we got Miss K. How you doing, Miss K? And
What's
Pink?
good, people? What's good, fam?
How you doing? I'm trying to get rid of my addiction to FBA.
What's up, fam?
You
I
are
made this
an
just for
FBA.
him.
I don't know why you keep making these prompts.
I didn't
This
make
one,
this prompt.
I
Somebody
made
made
Pink
this.
because when I came in here, he had an FBA topic again. So this is about helping Khan get help for his obsession with FBA.
I needed it in my life.
To be calling me, be calling me.
And respectfully, real quick, and then Ms. K got to educate it, crash out. You're not understanding, and I think you're purposely trying not to understand me, so we can just disengage from here. Because I'm not saying that they have better resources. I literally said multiple times I do not agree with Dave's statement. I'm saying that that's how we acknowledge there's a difference, and your comment is actually backing up what I'm saying. We can just move on. I don't know why you going crazy in the comments. Go ahead, Ms.
You're
K.
saying you agree and you don't agree at the same time.
Oh my gosh! Stop being a contrary just to be
Let me write this out. Let me clear. I said I do not agree with Dave. Before you spoke, I literally said don't loop me in with whatever the fuck Dave is talking about.
Yes, she
so
did,
I literally delineated from you. And
How you gonna use that word? Delineated.
Hey, Q is FB. I mean, she's not FBA, but FBA. That is the conundrum. Q faces.
Yeah,
Because Q is doing the right thing, and Miss P, you too.
Her and Miss P.
Q stuck in the middle.
In the middle like a motherfucker.
Always.
I know that feeling. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss K. What would you like to add?
Yeah, go ahead, Miss K.
So at this point, we delineating like Harriet Tubman did. We leaving the FBAs behind. We leaving all of the xenophobic Caribbeans behind. We leaving all the xenophobic Africans behind. Yeah, we don't have time for that. Because if Harriet would have just worried about absolutely everybody and waited on absolutely everybody, we'll still be back there. Like, we don't have time for that. It is not enough of their asses. First of all, it ain't but 5 million immigrants in this country. That's it. To the 50 million of us, and there's not enough FBAs for us to worry about, because my 80-year-old mama don't even know what a goddamn FBA is. It does not even matter. nobody in question statements that Dave talking about a passport and shit like that. This is what happens on these panels when we should be talking about the common goal, the mission, which is the liberation of all Black people. We talking about culture. Culture ain't liberated a goddamn person. I'm not worried about no culture. You could dog the culture out right there in my face, and I'm gonna say next and keep it rolling. I block these people on my panel. I don't have time for the division like that. Like what are we doing? Either y'all want to stay under YT supremacy and stay under these oppressive systems where a trickle of 1 or 2, 3 or 4 Black Americans make it through when it comes down to economics. But then we have people like Beyonce who still face medical racism, even though she rented out the whole floor. Either y'all want to stay being a part of this or you want to be free and liberated. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's nothing. Nobody has to agree on cultures. Cultures don't have to combine. People, I don't care nothing about all of that. Because again, we ain't making no damn money off the culture anyway. YT makes money off of the culture. Y'all sit on these panels and literally debate, well, they disrespected us and they said this and they called me a this. It sounds like a squabble in an elementary schoolyard. That's literally what y'all sound like. Talking about passports and resources instead of educating yourself on geopolitics, educating yourself on why these immigrants come over here because of what the fuck America and the West does to those countries, why they're not where they need to be. Nobody looks at that. Educate yourself on shit like Malcolm X said, that it will be no liberation until we unify. Several of our civil rights leaders have said that. Leaders in Africa have said that. But y'all don't want to take the time to focus on that and educate yourself. You just want to argue culture. So y'all stay y'all ass right here under YT supremacy, and the rest of us who get it and understand and want to learn, we gonna get busy and get to work so we can get everybody free. I land.
And we gonna leave y'all motherfucking ass behind.
Everybody go to Africa and help them. Everybody go build Africa with them.
What?
Ma'am, I plan on going in 4 years, and it's plenty of people that move there, and it's plenty of people still moving there, and we'll move there. We don't need everybody to go. We don't want you on the continent. You don't have a continent mindset. Stay right here, because we need people right here as well. Stay here.
All right, I will see how far you get.
Yeah, ask yourself how far you getting now.
And baby, I done been to the continent twice. What are you talking about? I done been there twice.
Then tell me what you good at. Tell me what is it that makes you good right now.
Just know I'm good on this soil.
No.
Well, I tell you what, y'all stay here and stop asking for reparations.
Miss K, see, this is Miss K. This is where we know they full of shit, Miss K. Hold on, this is where you know they full of shit. Because whenever we ask that, see, we just use their own words. Use their own words and it will pit against their ass. So when she say she good and being here, tell me what's good. Tell me exactly what is it that makes it so good right here in America. Tell us.
My country.
No, don't tell me about the country. Because it could be good in any other fucking country. But you need to tell me what is it that America is providing for you right now that makes it good here.
Just like
is it gas? Is it the roof over your motherfucking head? Is it the food you fucking eat?
It's everything.
Tell me.
It's all of that.
Yeah?
I love my
What's
country.
your bank account looking like?
Good.
Is it? See, when you say good, you say good. And like I said, I ain't asked you exactly your dollar sign, but is you up there? I eat every
day. I don't go.
Is you a middle class person? Are you a lower class wage person?
I don't starve, Pippin. Dang. I eat every day.
How many vacations you go on a year, Pink?
Yeah.
You won't be.
Hey, you go on Conscious?
Like 3 to 4.
Conscious, ain't you a
Man,
Waffle
I
House?
never see you on no vacation, Conscious. Don't stay in your home.
You want me to? The next one I go.
Just also wanted to say something when y'all done.
Or some shit. Ain't you a Waffle House cook?
I'm a Waffle House cook. What do you do for a living? Listen, everybody. Exactly nothing. you guys hear nothing.
Make way more money than you, buddy.
What do you do? They've always told that.
How about we all put our work IDs on here?
No, thank you.
I could do with a conversation.
Always
like
that
this.
up.
Pocket.
Wait,
I'm not sure what this has to do with the conversation at all.
That's what
Ms.
they
K
do.
was talking about, being financially liberated, going to Africa, and Pink was stating that we're doing pretty good in here, and thus her and Pimpin got into it about how good are you doing.
Oh wow, Kai, you were paying attention. Just also wanted to say something earlier. I don't know if Miss K landed her plane though. So let Miss K finish.
Yeah, and I want to say to Pink that if this your country, why are you asking yourself for reparations? Make that make sense. If it's your country, you get your reparations. What you gonna write yourself a check?
I don't give a F about no reparations.
So all the FBAs that say this is my country that we talk about reparations, y'all write down yourself a check. What you gonna ask yourself for reparations
from now?
What do you care about then?
Man, I already told you.
Just delineation, just your name becoming FBA.
Oh, just my culture.
Your culture. That's what I'm talking about.
Your culture.
Why are you laughing?
Because who can take your culture from you?
They're taking it. What are you talking about?
How are you letting them take your
Africans
culture?
look like us. What are you talking about?
Still waiting for that
You
answer.
see a lot of people mimicking us. What are you talking about?
How are they
Jamaicans
taking your
saying they got
culture?
soul food. What are you talking about? Come on now, quit playing with me.
Wait, hold on. You telling me that the Jamaicans are trying to take over
They
the fried
they
chicken?
saying it's soul food Jamaican.
Do you not remember what they did to the Essence Festival?
You said what?
Right.
They don't have no problem with the
They trying
Asians
to
having a
buy
soul
a
food restaurant.
DC. They trying to
Don't
erase
Asians
us. What are
sell
you
soul
talking
food,
about?
y'all? I think they sell fried chicken. They sell red beans and rice. They got a lot of
Hey,
Asians that
they
sell that
don't
You
same
know,
shit.
you know what, Miss K? Miss K, right? Hold on. I walked with some fish and chips, and I thought it was gonna be some black people. And don't get me wrong, she was probably half black, but she was Asian. She was Asian. But it was good food though. It was good.
And people spend their coins over there too. Nobody
from
complaining. They
London,
spend their
though.
coins over there.
No, that's the name of the
Philly.
no. That's the name of the restaurant, but it was soul food. It was mac and cheese things. She called it. They just call it fish. No, in the hood, respectfully, fish and chips. You walk in there, it's some good shit.
And we know why they all in the hood. We know why they did.
You know that's European, right, London?
The name fish and chips and what they cook, yes, but not the meal. The meal is not in there.
English.
Oh, it was something completely
It's
different.
different than the British fish and chips, yeah.
But Pink, you
I'm
saying they're
just joking,
taking
though.
our culture. How are they taking our culture when we're like we push the culture out? Like we don't monetize the culture, but we push it out. We're creating new. Now people take advantage of that, but how are they trying to take that over? Like we come up with the culture, we don't profit off of it.
And we're always evolving and creating something new.
So how are they taking your culture? You can't have it both ways, and that's what y'all
They
trying to
don't
do.
come over here
They're taking our
practicing
culture,
their
then you say, well,
culture.
we're still profiting off of the culture.
May I
Go
May I
ahead.
read something a little bit more intellectual? I'm sorry, I'm losing brain cells, guys. I apologize for that, but it's
Why you
just
say that about Pink? She has her.
No, I wasn't talking about Pink. I'm talking about the fact that you're asking her the same question and she's giving the same response. So reports and investigative pieces from BBC News and NPR reveals that the Back to Africa movement has hit major roadblocks due to the suspension of citizen process, high systemic fees, and intense legal land disputes in local families. So what was interesting, it was saying the process that they have to go through. So basically they're saying the BBC reports that Ghanaian government suspends citizenship application for members of the African diaspora. The government cited a need to restructure. And possible deadlines, returnees face overwhelming bottleneck, including a strict and possible requirement to submit comprehensive DNA evidence within just 1 week of filing. Prohibited costs, relocation advocacy groups like the Diaspora African Forum pointing out that the multiple administrative stages and steep fees locked out applicants with modest financial resources. And then the movement that was back, I think it was 2019, 2020, a lot of people came back to the United States. So, I mean, I'm just saying, just in general, they're asking for people to submit DNA in this process. Why do they have to submit DNA? Gentrification display, a deep dive analyst by Global Voices highlighted how the influx of Western dollars has heavily gentrified Acura and surrounding areas, locals are being priced out of their own suburban communities and must now pay fees just to access local beaches that were sold off to foreign developers. So, I mean, as we think we may be wanting to go back and we're benefiting them, we're actually hurting them.
Now hearing all that, hold on, Miss Key. I mean Miss K. Now hearing all that shit, my IQ dropped 75 points.
Go ahead, Miss.
I want to know the source.
No,
Hold on. You know you just.
No, I'm tired of you not expecting my intellect. So you let him say that he dropped 75 points and you didn't get what it was that I was trying to say, Con. I'm speaking to you specifically.
I did get what you were trying to say, but it seems like you're not gonna let Miss K finish. Like you got so mad what he said. Like I'm not.
No. Miss K had said she landed her plane. She said, and I land my plane.
It was Miss K.
I just asked a question about your source. Would that be a Western source, a European source, an American source? Who's that source?
I said I literally said BBC. Like I said the source
so that's
out
a white
loud.
people source.
Like
white people source. That's white people source. So
that's where we're at now. So we're doing white people. So we should stop looking at a few reasons. Okay, no, I'm with you because when the FBAs come up and they tell you that our history was changed and switched up and the white tea did this to them, you say they're ridiculous. Now you're saying that this is a white tea source. Make it make sense.
No. That is totally different. When FBAs come up here and say that they indigenous niggas, yeah, that's the foolery right there. That is the foolery right there. Because there's I don't just rely on white people to provide scholarship. We know we have black people who are historians. We have black people in the science field. We have black people who are genealogists. We have black people in all those areas. You assume that everything, when I say that, I'm saying everything when it comes down to white. Absolutely not. We have scholars that look just like us. And there's none of the scholars that look like us that are confirming any of the bullshit coming out of their mouths.
That's a lie.
Oh, no, it's not. Go give us one reliable one. Come on, we gonna wait.
What would you consider who would you consider a reliable scholar? Because there are people who Dr. Claude Anderson, he's technically a scholar, but you guys would disagree with him.
She considers the people scholars that the Democrats prop up.
Excuse me, but let me address you with the Democrats. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm black. You want me to say it again? I'm black. That's y'all goofies that identify like that. That's an American thing. I'm black. I know what I am first. I know how this country sees me first as black.
Can you address her question?
Real quick, yeah.
I'm looking.
It's okay. I mean, respect. I'm not asking to be to be combative. I was just asking, but
I didn't say that. I didn't say that you were asking to be combative. I can't throw out specific names. I'm basically just saying that when it comes down to evidence, when we're talking about scientific evidence, do y'all really think that all of this evidence is nothing but YT people, and that's all that was involved in all of this stuff where we have support and documentation and it's been established?
I think both scholars. Hold on, Ms. P. I want to say something about real quick. I think scholars. I think we should take it from black scholars. I don't think just because you said either. I think because there are some white scholars who actually would agree with you as well. I also want to point out the fact that respectfully, Dave, stop looping me in, but also Pimpin', I do find it funny now you're coming at Ms. P for BBC, but I've been on this panel numerous times and you have quoted BBC when it comes to